Good morning. Good morning. What's happening, everybody? What's going on, everybody? Hope everybody's doing good. Welcome to the Still Nick Fans Know the Ledge series. We on Saturdays. We here, baby. Thank you guys for tuning in. Appreciate y'all. Happy Saturday morning. It's a beautiful thing to wake up once again this Saturday morning. It's nice and sunny outside where I'm at. Hopefully it's nice and sunny where you're at as well. So definitely appreciate y'all tuning in. Thank you for always being supportive and getting up every Saturday with me. I appreciate it. I want to say you can't start the day without your morning cup of Joe. You know what I mean? That's good. I think I need a coffee sponsor. I get that in the works. Hopefully y'all, like I said, are having a great, blessed day. And, I'm hoping that for our sakes as Knicks fans, we get some really good news. Who knows when it can happen. We're just hoping for the best. I think there's a lot to talk about. And I don't want to make this seem like it's a Julius Randle bashing session. This has nothing to do with that. I think, the Knicks fans and the Knicks community have talked a lot about Julius Randle and certain things we like and don't like, and wishing things could be better. Because I honestly think that, if the Knicks had a really good, solid point guard, that this whole team would be different. I think Julius would be better. RJ, everybody included, would be better. But I think especially Julius would be better. And if you want to really say how good this team could be, if the Knicks had a true point guard and maybe a really good, solid 3-and-D type wing defender who got to play. See what I did there? I think the Knicks would be a lot better. And, if this had happened a lot sooner in the year, maybe some of the issues that have taken place with this Knicks team wouldn't have been happening. Maybe the whole Julius situation, the frustration, everything boiling over, maybe a lot of that could have been avoided. But we here now. We are here now. So let me do this real quick. Let me put this in the chat here. And let me just give a quick shout out and salute to the chat. I appreciate y'all. I will talk a little bit about you guys in a minute. But yeah, man, I'm definitely excited and looking forward to what is to come. I don't know exactly what we're dealing with. I'm a little hesitant with my optimism because, whenever you're talking about trade talks and stuff, a lot of times the most obvious thing that's supposed to happen doesn't always happen, especially when it comes to our New York Knicks. Whatever we think is taking place, a lot of times we don't know, especially with this current administration. They be doing things and, they be moving in silence. And we think that they're going to hit us for one thing, and then we're going to misdirection and wind up with something else. So, but you know what? We got a lot to talk about. And I think that the Knicks are in a tough position. I think they have to do something, or else I just don't think that this team is going to be able to get back to where it was. Like, I think there's a couple things that just have taken place, maybe some things that we didn't even know about officially, and I think they're a little too far gone. So I think they got to make a move. But like I said, we'll talk about it a little bit more. We'll get into it right after this, guys. Yes, yes, yes. We are back. What is going on? Appreciate y'all once again for tuning in. Um, I just want to say that I try to take every moment I can to thank you guys and appreciate you guys. But I just want to let you guys know if there's ever a moment where you see me going on for a while, if there's a show and you don't see me acknowledge you guys as fans of the Knicks and fans of our show, please don't feel nothing by it. Just understand that maybe I'm caught up doing too many things, but I'm definitely gonna always acknowledge you guys. I appreciate you guys for tuning in. I appreciate you guys for being fellow Knicks fans like myself. We're all in this together. So I'm just saying that as a precursor. Like maybe one day something happens and I get crazy. I can't. Oh man, I didn't thank the fans. I didn't mention the chat just in case. But I'm always gonna try to mention you guys. So thank you guys as always for being here and supporting. So let me run through the chat real quick. I want to get my man in here to chop it up with me. But let me just acknowledge you guys real quick, and then I'll bring him right in. First off, thank you for tuning in. Salute to Karen Fung. Appreciate you. Frank Matos. Why does that remind me of a Biggie song? I don't know what it is. Something with Matos. I don't know. I'm gonna think about it. It's some line. There's some Biggie line that sticks in my head. So salute to you guys. Deron Wayne in the building. What's going on? Appreciate you. Let me do this so people see the names. While I'm doing this real quick. Appreciate y'all. Like I said, Deron Wayne. Leo Lambert's in the building. Leo, appreciate you. My man, Knicks for life. That's right. Chuck is in the building. What's going on, brother? Walter Blackman. How you doing? Oh, diehard fan for living in Virginia. Okay, salute. Appreciate you, man. Thank you for tuning in. Look at my boy, Canal Ban Laya. What's going on, brother? How you doing? Oh, man. Julian Blum is in the building. What's going on, bro? Appreciate you. What would this show be without a shout out and a background noise from my man John? Still Knicks fans in the building. My brother from another mother. D is Ballin is in the building, man. Only if D is Ballin was like backstage and I can get him in here because I really want to chop it up with D, man. Just haven't seen him in a while. I hope I can make that happen. We'll see what happens. Keith Turner is in the building. What's going on, brother? What's going on? As Freezy would say, Danny Landis. What's happening? Oh man. That's my boy B Civilized is in the building. What's going on, B Civilized? Appreciate you, bro, as always, man. As always. Akuma is in the building. What's going on? With the unfollowing of the franchise, the writing is on the wall. From today's standards, it's still early West Coast time. Anything can happen. I hear you, brother. I hear you. Paulie P is in the building. What's going on, Paulie P? King Ribby is in the building. What's happening, King Ribby? Salute to you. Eric Surreal is in the building, man. Appreciate you. Look at my man, Stephen Fox. Foxy is in the building. What's going on, Foxy? Hope you're doing well. Hope family's treating you the best that they can, because you know what? You're a really good guy, Foxy. I appreciate you. I every time I get to chop it up with you in any capacity, I think it's really dope. And you know what? I think, it's probably it's been a long time coming. We might have to collab on something. I think it's about that time, brother. And D Beer is in the building. What's going on, D Beer? All right. So I think that's enough for now. Without further ado, it's time to get my man up in here, man. What's going on? See how he's doing today on this fine morning.
Yo,
what's happening, brother? How are you?
Good? I'm all good, man. Thank you for having me once again.
Oh
Peace
man,
to
it's
you,
always a pleasure.
John, and of course Jose. the man behind the shadows that makes all the moves and the things happen. What's up with
Jose
you,
on
man?
the ones and twos.
What's going on, man? Talk to me.
Oh man, I'm okay, man. I'm a little. I gotta tell you, I'm a little nervous, bro. And it's nervous not as to what the Knicks can do. It's more about if the Knicks will do anything. I'm like,
Yeah.
it's that whole thing. Like I know there's a lot of time. I mean, February 10th. I mean, it seems right around the corner. But as far as negotiations and talking about stuff, you got some time. So this
Right.
stuff doesn't happen overnight. I don't like the vibes and like okay you know let's see. I guess I want to say that I just feel like more stuff is coming out with this Julius Randle situation that we didn't know about. We may have speculated about things like
Right.
maybe Julius not being happy about certain things or having some issues with like certain players that were obvious. Like we saw him and Fournier have some difficulty communicating at times. That was obvious. And they said they basically got past it.
Yeah.
That we assumed that because of the way the organization was trying to pump up and market Kemba, that there might have been a little strain there, but it was nothing official, anything like that to really point to and say, okay, that's definitely an issue.
Right.
And then there was a thought, but here's the funny thing. There was a thought that Tibbs was not being or not forcing players to have accountability for what was going on. And especially when it came to the vets and in particular, Julius Randle, like it felt like Tibbs was right in his corner and always, on his behalf and not allowing anything negative with Julius to come out or to put him in the spotlight. Now we're seeing this whole thing, according to sources. We don't know what's real, what's not.
Yeah.
That Julius has been having some issues with management or with the coaching staff. I don't know what that means. That could be Tibbs. It could be other guys on the coaching staff.
Right.
It's all speculative. We don't know. But the fact that that's coming out is pretty interesting to me because I would think they were the ones we were thinking they weren't telling Julius anything, and he was the one kind of escaping everything. I don't know. It's interesting. I don't know what you think about it, brother.
Well, I think that like you said, we have kind of concluded this beforehand. And we just saw the evidence of things that were just going on as far as like, for example, him sitting on the end of the bench or him not being a part of the huddle. That sounds like it's a coaching player thing going on there. That doesn't sound organizational too much.
Right.
Of course, I do think there's issues there as well. But I think we kind of saw this writing on the wall as time has gone, especially in the last month or two. And so I'm not surprised. Doesn't surprise me not one bit.
Yeah, I'm just, I guess I just, you don't know how vocal a guy can be. And, we've been kind of thrusting Julius because of what the front office did as far as giving him the bag and everything. We thrust him into the leadership role. And, maybe I think, as I said before, whether it's warranted or not, I think Julius kind of saw himself as the de facto leader as well. Like he has to, I mean, he's making the most money and all this stuff. He had a really good season last year, so he feels like he's the one. And most of these guys are young for the most part, outside of like the vets. So I guess he felt like he has to be the guy who speaks up, and I think he's been speaking up. And that's the thing that we didn't see how, because he's, I don't think he's that vocal on the court as far as helpful vocal. I mean, he may get mad and bitch to the refs, but he's not really vocal to that extent where I think he's, orchestrating and helping guys like that. So the fact that he's been possibly very vocal behind the scenes is interesting. And maybe there's some things he hasn't been happy with that he's voiced his opinion on. So I think this is all very interesting. And as I was saying earlier, I think it's really horrible that this all could have worked out so much better had we had some of the right pieces in place. Like a true point guard would have helped everybody's game the whole season, and we wouldn't even be here right now talking about this probably. But that's the situation we were dealt, and then we have to go forward. But I would say that I think that one of the things that I'm really interested in knowing how you feel about is because I've seen a lot going on right now a lot of speculation. I've seen a lot of stuff. Knicks fans chiming in about how they feel, and I know we've talked about it in the past, but forget the most indicting thing on this person, and that's De'Aaron Fox. Forget the fact that he doesn't shoot well from the 3-point line. Okay, let's throw that out the window, because
but he shoots very well from the mid range. So
exactly. So in some cases it doesn't matter, because it's if you move him in slightly, like you said, he shoots very well from the mid range, and he's a pretty decent free throw shooter.
Yep.
Do you think he's the right fit for the Knicks teams if they were to go that route?
It depends, because I think us just having some sort, because De'Aaron Fox does have elite skills, right? He may not be like an elite player, like in totality, right? But he does offer things on the court that are elite. For example, me and Foxy talked about this, and I'll turn Foxy real quick. He said he has elite speed, and that's 100% right.
Right.
He's elite at getting to the rim. You see, so stuff of that nature. So I think we don't have those things, and I think that would be very welcoming to come. I know he doesn't play defense. I understand he doesn't hit the three, and that's great. But just we don't have a dynamic guard like that can get in the lane like that.
Right.
And don't forget, in his season last year, he did average 25 and 7.5. So he's very capable of being able to move the ball and pick apart the defense and read 2-on-1s and 3-on-2 as well and stuff of that nature. So
right.
I think he brings stuff to the table. Am I going to delude myself into saying like De'Aaron Fox is a foundational piece that we build around? That's a totally different discussion. I would not go on that train or plane or bus. So, but I do feel that, one of the things that every team needs in order for them to start having success and start gaining that momentum is you need a dynamic backcourt player. So I'm not opposed to it in that sense. But at the same time, I'm not giving up the kitchen cabinet for him either. So
I understand that. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. That makes sense to me, man, because that's the thing about De'Aaron Fox. I looked at him, especially when he first came in the league. I thought this guy was going to be like really, a world beater, like something special that we've never seen in a long, well, not never seen, but haven't seen in a very long time. And I guess he came into the league like a flamethrower, man. He was everywhere, definitely running through people with his speed and doing some really special things. And then we kind of really got to see the dynamics of his game. But as things progressed, he just seemed like he didn't have enough help. And so therefore defenses were able to key on him a little better. And so while he's still effective and still gets his points and he's a star in the league, they focused on, they helped take away that shooting that he has, or put him in positions where they knew what his weakness is like, if we can push him out further, that'll help us. And so I think, I think personally he would work for this Knicks team. Do I think he's the perfect fit? No. But I think he will be one of the best point guards we've had in a very, very long time. And I still think that people discount his facilitating because of the fact that Sacramento has been fortunate to have Halliburton.
Yeah.
And Halliburton is kind of doing a lot of the orchestrating over there, and he's really good at it. So it makes sense because it doesn't affect De'Aaron Fox. He can do things off the ball, and his speed is just so elite that he can get to the rim whenever he wants. So I hear you though. I agree with you on that. The other thing that I wanted to look at, let me see if I could pull that up real quick, is that if I'm not mistaken, De'Aaron Fox is still one of the top players in the league in regards to steals.
He's averaging 1.2. So yeah, he should be in the top 15, 10, something like that.
Yeah. Thank you. Yep. And when he first came in the league, he led the league in steals for a little bit. I don't know if it was a full season or not, but he was a thief. Like he was everywhere.
Yeah.
Sly like a fox. See what I did there? Um, no, but
Your wordsmith, Ron.
right, yeah, but he definitely can add that to the mix. So it's kind of like one of those things where we said Kimba didn't come in and play really good on ball defense, but he could draw charges. Well, Foxy gets some steals, and he has a good habit of getting into passing lanes, so he can create some type of change. And he's kind of a sneaky athletic guy. He still has some good hops so that helps him kind of like on the defensive end. Sometimes he can jump up and he'll surprise you and block a couple shots. I remember back in the day, he used to give fits to certain Knicks players like Trier and other guys. When he would jump up and meet them at the rim or block their jump shots here and there. Yeah. So yeah, man. So that's the thing. I just think that it should be interesting. And what I'm all about right now is watching this Knicks misdirection, because everything's pointing to Sacramento and the Knicks. And I'm just wondering what the Knicks might have cooking other than Sacramento, because obviously, you can't put your eggs in one basket.
Right. And also too, the great mystery is there anything else popping besides that? And that's a question that, because Julius Randle, Julius Randle has a good skill set. I'm not going to go out and be like fans to be like he's trash. Don't forget, he's one of the 450 some odd players in this league. This man could play basketball in his sleep. Let's not get that twisted. I just don't think it's a good fit. And I think that's the power of Randle moving forward. And I think a lot of teams will have issues with that and deciding how does he fit. What did that he does very well? Because he does do a little bit of everything, So right. I think he's a great rebounder, right? For example, but he's shown throughout his career like he's been a very inconsistent jump shooter. You see, because last year was his only year where he was efficient in that area. Right. He's shown throughout his career that he can't really finish at the rim as well as other guys in the front court in this league. You see, he's shown he can give you a little dishing, right? And that he could read the defense. He can make simple reads, but he also was very high turnover prone. You see, yep. So as management, when you're assessing this and deciding whether you want to bring this guy on, I think it becomes a tricky game. He has the skills. That he is able to do things on the court that could translate to good things happening. But it's just a matter of how you make that fit.
No, that's a lot of truth, bro. I agree with you there. That's the thing. And I feel the only bad thing that comes out of this too is, we don't know what can happen. I mean, Julius may still be here for quite some time. Nothing happens in the next week or so. We still have Julius. And I don't want the fan base to just totally dump on the dude and not understand that he can be a really good player. Something's not right. There's a lot of things going on behind the scenes, and maybe it's affecting his game mental, how his mental aspect of it and how he's thinking about the game and his approach, and he can't really focus on things, and maybe there's some other stuff weighing on him, but he's still a really good player, and he still is at the point, even though he's 27, he can still get better. He can still excel a little bit more.
Absolutely. Of course. He's in the beginning of his prime. So there's definitely room for improvement and growth. Absolutely.
Right. And that's the thing. I just want fans to understand, because I have to think about it myself, and really appreciate the fact that, the guy did something really special for us last year. And even though everything seems to be starting to go wrong this year, things can turn around if you have the right pieces in place and make people comfortable. You'd be surprised what can happen. That being said, I think there's so much going on right now that the best move is for the Knicks to trade him. I think they don't really have a choice but to trade him if they're thinking smart about the organization and what they're trying to do with these young guys. I think this makes sense to do it, because there's a disconnect here, and Julius is at that point where he's trying to ascend and get better, and he wants to win, sooner than later, and we're not there. Unless we do something crazy and bring in some stud stars, I don't see how that's
some rocket launchers. Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Man.
And to veggie back with you with that real quick, I think, and I think we see it, on the court, we see it in stories which we were, being suspicious about, where, there's just a disconnect. It is at a place where it's just like, is it only just going to get worse as time goes? And I just have the feeling that it will. If this is going on through you competing, right, almost being 500 throughout the year, and you possibly make it a playoff spot, if this has happened, just imagine if you lose the next 4 or 5. I think the house is going to go on fire, so to speak, and I just think that it's like a ticking time bomb waiting to go off. And we've seen like little fissures of that, right? But there's still room for it to blow up more, because I just think that there's really no, I don't want to use the word direction, but I don't think there's like an overlying understanding as to what is the big picture here. And I think there's a lot of gripes about, maybe this guy feels like this, maybe this guy feels like this, and nobody's able to give solutions, and maybe nobody's taking care of the problem face on. And I think it's causing a lot of these issues within the organization, the coaching staff, the players, and just the organization as a whole.
Okay. I agree with you there. That, I mean, listen, there's certain things that it's tough to avoid, man. The people like to say the writing's on the wall, and there's some stuff. I see it. So let me take this moment to bring in a true supporter of a lot of Knick content out there. She's a big supporter of Blorange Tears, Uncle Freezy, and the gang. She's a huge supporter of still Knick fans. I know myself, John, and Jose definitely appreciate her. It's really nice to actually see her jumping in a panel and adding her voice a little bit now, because she's always behind the scenes in the chat, definitely being positive, saluting everybody, and giving her takes on stuff. So let's get Karen Fung in here. Karen, how are you?
What's up, Karen?
Hopefully you can hear me.
Yeah.
Well, Karen,
you got to talk today, Karen. Oh, okay. All
right. Now, listen. One thing I could tell you about Karen is she's a sweet soul. I supported her by subscribing to her YouTube page, and I want you guys to understand that one thing about Karen is she's very shy, but she has a lot of good takes. She keeps them in the chat. So, the fact that we got her on here to hear her voice, we definitely appreciate you, Karen. So feel free to always chime in and say what you're thinking. We're all friends here, and we care and support you as well. Now, that being said, I think that I want to kind of go through this whole Julius Randle saga stuff, because I want to get through it and I never want to touch it again. All the crazy speculation and stuff, fine. All right. So what do you think about the fact that apparently, when I hate when this stuff comes out too, because I'm like, okay, well, how do you know? Like, when did this? So apparently Julius Randle's unfollowing the Knicks on Instagram, and people love to read into this stuff. Okay,
right.
First off, Julius Randle could have stopped. He could have unfollowed the Knicks 6 months ago, a year ago, and it's just now because there's trade stuff going on, and his name by being. Oh, well, yeah, I noticed. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it did happen recently. I'm not sure. I'm just saying all that stuff doesn't necessarily mean anything to me. Like, I get it, but as I pointed to, I think I said it. Did I say it yesterday? Or I might have put it in the chat or something. Kevin Knox unfollowed the Knicks maybe 2 years ago. when he first heard his name being mentioned in trade talks or something. I don't know. But 2 years ago, he unfollowed the Knicks. So, I mean, what does that really mean? I don't know. I don't think
something for people to speculate, and it may cause like a table conversation.
Yeah.
Oh, he got a new house in California.
Right. Like how many times have we seen that? Yeah. I forgot there was one. No, I can't remember. So forget it. There was one player I know that I don't know if it was the Knicks or another team that I'm a fan of. The guy they really wanted got a house right in New York. And I was like, oh, boy, you know what this means? Of course, he didn't come here, and it meant nothing. But as usual, that's just how things work.
Yeah.
So Julius Randle unfollowed the Knicks, supposedly. And then the rumor came out that it's not a rumor, but speculation came out that De'Aaron Fox unfollowed the Sacramento Kings. And then De'Aaron Fox took to Twitter and said, well, you think that how did he say it? He phrased it in a way that you should go check my page to see if I'm following Kentucky or something like that. So I think he was trying to make light of the situation that, if he doesn't follow them, he doesn't follow them. Just like I may not follow my college team or whatever it is. I don't know. I don't know what the hell that meant, but I think people are reading into it a lot. We saw that there was a fake story that came out. I'm not going to give them any pub who put it out there that Julius requested a trade. And we know that that's crazy, right? Because if that was going to happen, I think we would have heard it from a more reliable source instead of the people who actually put that out there. So I don't necessarily believe in any of that. But what I wanted to take this moment to do is I want to play the Julius Randle interview, if you guys can bear with me.
Of course.
And
is this the one that with Mark Berman?
It is, but it's the full interview, so it's about 5 minutes. So if you guys need to grab something to drink or get something to nosh on a little bit, now is the perfect time. Let's see here. Okay, here we go.
You guys here, kind of what this means to you guys, where you're at now, and what this looks like.
We've been decent.
5-game road trip for you guys here. Kind of what this means to you guys, where you're at now, and what this looks like.
We've been decent on the road all year, so just got to take everything game at a time and go from there.
Are you preparing like LeBron is going to play? I mean, how do you approach a game when you don't know when a guy like LeBron might or might not play?
I think we'll be ready for all possibilities. That's what Steelers prepares us for, so we'll be ready either way.
Just the Memphis game. I mean, you guys played well enough, but was there a lesson there about how good Memphis is, or what?
A lesson? I think you learn every game, wins and losses. I think there's always lessons. But, I think what got us in the end was our rebounder.
What happened with you? Yeah, what happened with you in that game? I'm sorry. Okay.
That play on the bench with the double tags. What exactly happened there?
I do it all the time. Like when we're coming out of timeout, I'll try to, I guess, cheat almost and see what the other team is running. And I kind of snuck over there to the bench, trying to see what was on the board. And Bane kind of pushed me back, and that was it.
And then the ejection, was that just like we didn't see what happened? Was it referees?
Yeah, it was just a ref.
Okay.
Yep.
Last night they announced the reserves, and you weren't on it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you were expecting it or not, but is it a little disappointing that you didn't put the second year, back-to-back All-Star appearances?
No.
I mean, what was your mindset?
I'm trying to win games.
Is that more important than?
Yep. That's what I get paid to do, win games.
I know you say you guys focus on what's in front of you right now.
Mm-hmm.
You guys have trade deadline in the middle of this.
Mm-hmm.
Are you concerned at all? I know we talked the other day about yourself, but are you watching kind of what this team becomes?
No, like I said, I trust Wes, trust Leon, trust Scott, I trust Jim, everybody. So I feel like they'll do what's best for the team, and I'll ride with it whatever way they go.
Kemba's been scoreless in a couple of games right now. What's your perspective of that?
You have to ask K, man. I'm not really sure. I think he's doing a good job. He's still, playing hard. Deflections. He's playing hard on defense. Taking charge and stuff like that, getting us into our sets and stuff like that. So, I'm not really worried about him scoring the ball. Like he's proven he can do that in his career. He's proven he can do it on our team. So I'm not really worried about it.
When you have a guy who's kind of going through a funk like that, even if it's short term, your role is like a facilitator in that. Do you make more of an effort to get him involved in that kind of stuff?
I just think we just got to be more conscious of it. Get him some easy baskets to get him going.
When you look at your 3-point percentage, I think that's the biggest difference from last season. Can you pinpoint a reason why it's not at the same level as it was last season?
Pinpoint a reason why, like, no, I mean, it's just, you know, you go through phases. You shoot the ball well, you don't shoot the ball well. It's basketball. Nothing really changed for me.
I know RJ was saying when he was going through it a little this year that because of the conditions this year, you couldn't do some of the things that you guys do off the court or out of games. Has that been the case with you too?
No, I'm working, man. Regardless, I'm finding a way to work. Everybody's gonna find a way to work, so yeah, my work ethic's not going down.
I mean, the trade deadline is coming up, and amazingly, your name has come up as a possibility. I mean, do you think that's just rubbish? I mean, do you? I mean,
Who reported it?
I mean, it's been out there that the Knicks are open.
Who reported it?
A couple of reporters.
That's not my. You don't know. You just.
I mean, no, I know it's been out there.
Who reported it?
Do we know?
Good job, Mark.
No, I mean,
Okay, next question.
No, it's been out there.
Who reported it, Mark?
ESPN, I believe.
You know, you just making up stuff?
No, it's been out there.
Who reported it, Mark?
I think Ian Begley reported that the
Okay.
team is open to, what was he saying? I don't know.
To trading Julius for the
That sound
Randle.
like gossip to me, Mark.
Okay.
Right.
All right. Have you talked to management about, you know, what might need to be done, or, you know?
You said what might need to be done? I just trust them, man. I think they do a great job. It's part of the reason, like we talked in the summer, why I signed my extension, because I trust them. So
You mentioned the other day when you actually thanked Jim Dolan, Mr. Dolan, with the fine thing, and you just mentioned him again. Have you gotten a close relationship with him?
I just think he's great. You know, I've talked to him. Obviously, he's our team owner, so I have a relationship with him. But I think he's super supportive in us as players, and like I said, I just appreciate it. You know.
All right. Thanks, Jules.
Yeah. So,
I was shaky, man.
you know what I mean? Like, all right.
I was shaky. And, you know, people have to understand, too, like, when you read, like, these interviews, I mean, when you see, like, these interviews and, like, they have certain press conferences, like, you know, they're going to be diplomatic as possible. They're not going to barbecue the front office. They're not going to barbecue the coaching staff, and they're not going to barbecue other players on the team. So they're just going to give you a diplomatic answer that's neutral, you know, for the media not to blow it up and not for the team to feel a certain way. So keep that in mind, too, when you guys watch these videos.
Yeah, I agree. Karen, you have any thoughts about what you just saw?
I agree with your takes. I agree with you guys.
Yeah, I think that one, I was pretty surprised at Berman, and I know he was probably flustered. He wasn't expecting that personal like that type of reaction, and the fact that he was in such close proximity to Julius. I think that made it a little bit more
antagonistic.
Yeah, exactly. Because it's one thing when they're sitting behind the desk at the press conference and they're just in the, you know, you can say stuff, you might feel a certain way about it because they've been coming at him lately in the organization as far as the players, but being right there next to him, like, and him saying that, like, what's the source? And I was kind of surprised because the other thing is I'm like, we're fans, and I'm not saying we see a lot more of this stuff than they see, but they report on this stuff. I don't think Ian Begley was the one who even broke this story. I thought it was Brian Windhurst. And what was so hard for Berman or even that guy who jumped in saying
to have the correct source.
Right. It was reported by ESPN. I believe Brian Windhurst said that, okay, boom, that's it, move on. I don't know. They got all flustered. They like, what's going on here?
Yeah, and what I find funny too is that, you know, a lot of players during the trading deadline area, like they get a lot of, like, you know, random junk that's just said about them that, oh yeah, you could be on the trade market, or, you know, their teams are looking for this, and most players know that's just a bunch of blah 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 until it actually happens. Right. So I don't know why Julius would even feed into it about wanting to know the source, and then when they told him the wrong source, he was like, oh, okay. It's like, it's just strange to me, man. Why do you even care, bro?
And then I'm wondering, why would, that's the other, damn, that's a good point, D. Well, the other thing is, why would you even throw Ian Begley? Why Berman threw Ian Begley out there? I mean, not the other guy. Why did he even throw Ian Begley out there? Like, come on, man. You guys are in the same industry. If that's not the correct source, don't feed them to the wolves. Be like, what you do? All right, man. Look, that's a cutthroat industry. I don't know.
Yeah, and it gives you the idea of the professionalism that lies within that industry as well, which doesn't go too far. It's just run with the juice and throw everybody in the bus and burn whoever's in the building as much as possible for you to get the hot take in the story. So,
yeah, no, I hear you. I don't know. That's some wild stuff right there, man. That is some wild stuff. But I think Julius handled himself a lot better than maybe he has done in the past with the media. I think that was okay.
Yeah.
But he voiced his opinion. I mean, what's the source? Where are you getting this from? Because I didn't say it, and I don't know anybody who said it. Whatever, if that's true or not. But that's interesting. So this kind of all goes back to the thing that I was saying earlier, and the kind of the thumbnail for the show. I feel like with everything that's happening and just the media storm and all the controversy, I just think that the marriage is over. I think should definitely move on from Julius. Even it's not in that. Not everything is his fault. Has Julius played bad? Yes, we know all that. Has Julius done some things in the media that haven't turned out so great? Yep, we know all that. But I think that just at some points when you don't know what your direction of this organization or your franchise is, and from the outside fan looking in, we're not ready to win right now. We may not be ready to win next year. You got some young talent on the team. In our eyes, it may make sense to possibly build around that young talent and go from there. That's your direction. You just you jumped into a rebuild and you kind of sped up the process faster than you needed to. So maybe you got to slow that process down, and it's not fair to Julius to do that. Maybe he's a better fit somewhere else where he can get more out of a better situation.
Right. Yeah, I mean, listen, this is going to be more exhausted as the week goes on. Oh, I guarantee you. So maybe you want to save some clips and the ammunition bank for this, because it will heat up, especially towards February 10th. So
no, I agree with you. It's just going to get crazier and crazier. I who knows what's going to happen. But so that being said, I know a little bit was talked about in the past about RJ and his role on this team and how things are moving forward. So my question right now is, if Julius gets moved, doesn't matter who they bring in, Julius gets moved. Well, that's a lie. I guess it could matter if the Knicks pull off some, special trade for a blockbuster type talent, a franchise piece. But I don't think that's in the cards right now. So I'm thinking it'll be a player who's good, could be a star type player, but maybe not necessarily that transitional piece that we're hoping for. Okay. If that happens, no matter who it is, does RJ remain the number one option, do you think?
Well, I mean, RJ has led the team in shot attempts the whole month of January. And if you count the amount of times he's gone to the free throw line and stuff like that too, he's gotten a lot of usage. So I think that's totally circumstantial, Ron. It depends. If we do move pieces, it depends, one, which direction we're going in when we're moving these pieces, two, what we get back of return. And I think that will determine where RJ is in all this, as far as having the keys or being a number one or a two. I think that's completely circumstantial right now. But we know, as of right now, we know that he's kind of been used more as a number one option, and I think that's completely seen through the amount of shot attempts or free throw attempts he gets per game.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm with you on that, and I think Karen agrees. So yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. Like, before I move on, was there anything else you wanted to add to that, Karen?
No, I agree with what you guys both said.
Okay. All right. So I think the thing about that is, it also depends on what type of player comes into. And when I said that, I realized that, because if we bring in a point guard, I mean, obviously you have to think about, do you want to run the offense through RJ as that point guard type of player when you have hopefully a true point guard coming into the frame. So yeah, that makes a lot of sense too. Like, yeah, it all depends on the situation. And the other thing is, you know, depending on the type of player we bring in, it may change the way our offense looks entirely. So you may not even want to run the ball through RJ in that same capacity, as well as there might be something that person can unlock to really help RJ's game in a different way. So yeah, there's a lot there.
And also too, if we go younger, you know, we're gonna go up and down more the court, and our pace we're quicker and stuff like that. So that changes that as well. So
right. Let me get my man Nicka for life in the building. Chuck Allen, what's going on, brother? How you doing?
Big Chuck.
Salute to the panel. Salute, Ron. What's up, D? How you doing, Karen? Good. So what's the topic? I didn't hear.
Well, right now the current topic was if the Knicks make a trade somehow, pull off something for Randle specifically, does RJ remain that number one type option where they're basically orchestrating the offense through RJ, or does it change? Do you feel? Obviously, I know that when I'm saying this, if they bring in a point guard piece, a true point guard, that kind of automatically gives you an idea of what could happen. But just say whoever it may be, do you think that RJ remains the number one option, or does that change?
I did hear the part where you guys were saying it depends on who comes in. If it's a Randle for Fox, no. The ball is going to be in Fox's hands. Fox is 20. What is he? 20-something plus point per game score.
Chuck, I didn't mean to cut you off. I think your mic is maybe rubbing up against something.
I actually thought it was Karen, but no problem.
Oh, okay. Oh, I don't know either way. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay.
See?
Oh yeah, Karen, your mic is rubbing up against your collar. If you just press mute and just move it away a little bit from your collar.
Okay. All right.
Okay, Chuck. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Continue.
I think it depends on who you bring in. RJ, like you were saying, if it's a point guard, then you wouldn't be expecting RJ to do the things that he's doing now, as far as the ball going through his hands, because the point guard will be the facilitator and setting guys up and getting the offense going. So I would say no in that sense. But let's say if it was Randle for another big man, I'm just hypothetically saying a name. Like if it was Christian Woods, right? Then of course RJ will still continue his role as the lead dog, kind of setting things up and getting the offense going. But if it's like a De'Aaron Fox or Ben Simmons or something like that, I don't think RJ is the main guy in that situation.
I got you. Yeah,
that was a great point by Chuck about Fox having the ball when he comes here, because I just wrote it in the chat right now. Fox's ball usage rate this year is at 30, and last year was at 34. So he has the ball in his hand a lot.
Right. What was I don't know if you remember off the top of your head, D. What was Trey Young's ball usage rate?
37.5. Luka's at 40.
Wow.
And Brunson's at 25. So ain't nobody getting the ball except to catch and shoot or a lob or a quick one dribble move or something like that.
Damn. Well, I mean, obviously that's something that could be worked on. That's interesting. Now, I wonder, like, if you were to bring a guy like Fox here, could you lower that ball usage rate and he still be comfortable and effective? I think he could. I think it's a microcosm of that offensive system they had in Sacramento. I hope that that's the case, because I don't know. that's a high ball usage rate. Man. But you know what? If he goes back to his high facilitating, you know what? Let me see something here, because that's the thing. Like, if he can go back to what he used to do prior to Halliburton getting here, then maybe it's not as big of a deal. I would hope. You know, and of course, you know, I got to tell you, when I go for stats, and this is no shade to the NBA.com, I kind of like looking at other spots.
I would stay away from NBA.com.
Yeah.
No, I would go to like Basketball Reference. You know.
Yeah, dude. I don't know what it is, man. I just can't find exactly what I need when I need it.
What is it that you're looking for? Maybe I could assist you.
I wanted to see De'Aaron Fox's assist totals prior, you know, in prior years.
Yeah, no problem. Okay, so
basically the average. Yeah,
I got you. Yeah, that's no problem. So last year he actually averaged 7.2 off 3 turnovers, which that's not a bad assist to turnover ratio. That's actually pretty good. And especially with a ball usage of 34, it's really not bad at all. The year before he was at a 6.8 assists per game with a 3.1 turnover ratio. And the year before that, he was at 7.3 with a 2.8 turnover ratio. I mean, with a turnovers per game. So that's not a bad ratio.
Right. And that's what I think. Like, I think if you put him back in a situation where he has to be the main facilitator, I think he can really do that well at a higher clip than he's doing now, obviously, because Halliburton has really taken over a lot of that in Sacramento. So yeah, so that's the thing about it. And it I mean, when you look at that, I mean, that goes back to the same thing that a Trae Young would be doing, because Trae Young facilitates and his assist numbers are at a high clip too. But that ball usage is through the roof. So if you can keep him at 30 or less, if he was to come here, I guess I would be okay with that. I mean, you know, I guess maybe you say 32 to 34, because it seems like that's what would happen. It's all iffy, because we just don't know if we don't know what the Knicks would do with a true point guard, because we haven't seen it in such a long time. I don't know how they would use him.
Well, we're not sure if De'Aaron is a true point guard, so to speak. See, like, we have to like be clear when we say these things. Like, I think today, for example, like a true point guard is like an offensive initiator, right? And he makes things happen for other guys, and he's a floor general, and he barks directions to the offense, and he sees things on the court. I think to my eyes, that's what a point guard is, right? As we understand it. There are some of them that do exist today, of course. You know, you got a Rondo. You know, I think he's a true offensive initiator. You know what I mean? And it's a floor general, stuff of that nature. I think Ben Simmons is another one. So, you know, they're definitely out there. So I'm just saying, I like to be clear when we say these words, because I don't think De'Aaron falls under that category. Even when he does average 7 assists a game, this year it's at 5.2, but I don't think he truly, you know, really runs the offense and gets guys in their spots. I don't think he does those. It's not, you know.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's interesting that you say that, because I didn't think about the distinction with regards to. So do you feel like this? I guess this goes back to your fit question. Do you feel because he can facilitate and move the ball around, but may not be the type of orchestrator that calls out things and puts people in the right spots, is that's why you're hesitant on him?
Well, I'm hesitant also because of his contract, and I'm hesitant because also I feel that we could get something juicier back for Julius. So, you know, I'm going to work that. If they're choosing to go that route with Julius, I'm definitely going to work that as hard as I can to get the best I could get back for that. Which means they also have to handle this situation a lot better in the next week or so.
Right, I'm with you on that, because I would love if you this talk to Sacramento gets the fan base you know, going crazy, and then it looks like it's getting close, and then at the final hour we wind up hearing the Knicks have traded Julius Randle to the San Antonio Spurs for DeJounte Murray. You know, you can't give me a better present, because that would be great, because I have a really bad feeling that Mr. Ben Simmons is going to wind up in Brooklyn, and that is going to kill me
possibility.
inside. I'm not going to feel good about it. So
it's a possibility. One more thing about Fox that people are mislead about him. He shoots 46% from the short mid. He shoots 44% from the long mid, and he shoots 45% for all mids. And this season, he's taken 393 of them. So the guy could shoot a mid-range shot. So he could stretch the floor. Yeah. It's just, obviously, his three-point shot has not got it there and stuff like that, but the guy can't shoot. It's not an Alfred Payton situation. You know what I'm saying? So, and plus the guy shoots 64% at the rim for a guard. That's pretty darn good at that position.
Right. And then the other thing that has me thinking is, why is it that I don't hear any, and I'm only saying this just throwing it out there because I don't want him coming to the Knicks either. I mean, I think more people feel that way now than they did before. Why we don't hear a lot of speculation about people trying to acquire Damian Lillard from Portland now? It was hot and heavy for a while, and now it's really kind of calmed down.
Well, if you saw yesterday, you're aware of the trade that happened yesterday between the Clippers.
Yeah.
Right. So that gives me an indication they might be blowing it up. Because they gave up Norman Powell and Robert Covington, and they got back Keon Jones, a first-round pick. Can't think of the other name.
Drew Bledsoe. Eric Bledsoe.
Yeah, they took his contract. There was another player too, and it just gave me the inkling, like, wow, okay, the Blazers said, "F that, we're going towards lottery."
Justice Winslow.
Justice Winslow, right? Thank you.
Thank you, Karen.
So yeah, that could heat up in the summer. And plus, too, I mean, if they're smart about it, if they do get rid of Lillard in the summer, they're going to get back a lot for him. If they give up McCollum, they're going to get a lot back for that. Even if they get back Nurkic and they decide to go full blow up, they're going to get some pieces back for that. So it might actually be a smart thing they're doing.
So here's the question that just came up with as being that we're talking about it. And mind you, I'm not saying that. I'll taper. I'm gonna not say anything yet. What happens if you are correct, D, and they are blowing it up in Portland, and an offer comes the Knicks' way with Damian Lillard in the mix, and it's more of a discounted offer than what we once assumed you would have to give up for Damian Lillard? If you're the Knicks, do you pull the trigger?
I'm not big on the Dame train, so to speak. I think he's a great scorer. You know what I'm saying? He's been efficient for a lot of years scoring the basketball. I think he's great at that. I do worry about him defensively, and he's another one of those guards. You could agree or disagree. I really don't care that he's not, getting guys in the right spots like that. He's really looking for his a lot at that position and stuff, which is nothing wrong with that. You utilize that and you work that. But, I'm like this, bro. We just need guys that know how to play basketball. I don't care if you're big. I don't care if you're a power forward, small forward, shooting guard. I don't care if you're on the bench. I just need you to know how to play basketball. I don't care if you have a negative wingspan. I don't care if you're slow as molasses. You just need to know how to play basketball. And I think we're lacking that at the moment.
Right. Go ahead, Chuck. I was going to go to you next.
So if in that situation where this summer Lillard could be available, my question to the Knicks front office is, then what direction are we going? Because Dame Lillard is an absolute win now kind of guy, because his playing window is very short. He's 31 now? So you got at least another 2, 3, maybe 4 years of quality basketball from Dame. So do you sacrifice the young pieces that you've already assembled, that we can see some bright future in some of these guys? Do you ship all of that to Portland for Dame Lillard and then rebuild your roster with journeymen and guys who are going to accept less contracts for a chance at a championship,
Mhm.
and Dame might not deliver that either. So which way will we go if we're going after a guy of that caliber with the amount of years left in his basketball career?
Oh, you know what we're doing. We going full throttle, push the pedal to the metal. Let's get this as far as possible to a winning championship situation. Whether that's true or not is another thing, but I think that would be the direction.
Right, right. Karen, what do you think about that? Would you want the Knicks to go get Damian Lillard if Portland came at them with some type of discount offer?
It depends on like which guys like they will be shipping. You know, like yeah.
Yeah. So like for
so
example,
what would a proposal look like for you?
Yeah.
Because it sounds like you're interested. So if you are, what would be something that would be to your
Not
liking?
really on Dame, because like not if it's injuries or scoring stuff like that.
Mhm.
But if we get Dame, I think we could maybe like get closer to a champion, but like not not on the right path yet. Like
You're right. So you think he could help us? We could be a better team, but it
yeah,
wouldn't be enough to get us to the
like not yet.
championship.
Like we would
Not
need like
right.
more like players or something.
Yeah. No, I understand what you're saying. Yeah, because that's the thing. And me personally, I don't want Dame here. I was very iffy about Dame when the speculation was hot and heavy, because I just he's an older player. I think I think he was everything to Portland. So he was the majority of their offense outside of McCollum, but McCollum has been hurt a lot off and on. So Dame has had to carry a lot of that weight, and his contract is bananas. Like that really handicaps a team. And that's what unfortunately, when you have to pay a guy like that for what he's done for your organization, I think it handicaps what you can do and how you can build on that. And I think that's part of the reason why they haven't been able to do much out there. I mean, just the fact that they decided to trade Norman Powell after trading Gary Trent, who was a good player for him, and then you wind up trading this guy, and Norman Powell's wasn't playing bad. That says a lot.
Yeah. Yeah. And if I had to choose, even when I wouldn't really want any of them, but if I had to choose between Fox and Dame, I would definitely go the Fox route because he's just much younger.
Much younger. Yeah, I agree with you. And the other thing about Fox, we know his limitations, but he also can still become a much better player. Like he's not even because I think he's 24, is he? Or is he 25?
23.
What? 23? Wow, I didn't know. Man, geez, he's younger than I thought. So he hasn't even hit his prime yet.
He's 4 years away from it.
Wow. That's interesting.
No,
if the Knicks did it, I wouldn't be mad.
He is 24 actually.
Oh, he did turn. Yeah. Okay, because I thought. Yeah. All right. Okay, but still, 24 is like very young. Very young. Wow. Man.
Yep, my boogie. He just turned 24. My fault.
Okay. Yeah. Look at that. No. So, man, yeah, that's a big difference, guys. I gotta say, like, as much as I like Dame, yeah, I wouldn't touch that. And being that we throwing out the speculation, here's the funny thing, and I never even considered this. And it probably would never happen anyway because we're like crosstown rivals. But why aren't the Knicks hot and heavy in a discussion to try to get James Harden? Because
what is a realistic trade proposal for you?
Well, I think wow, that's interesting. Because when it comes to James Harden, you got to think about what Brooklyn has, and Brooklyn has some good pieces at valuable spots on the court. You don't need a Julius Randle there. That's a pretty sure that. I don't know. Wow, I don't know if RJ Barrett even works for what they got going on there, because at those positions of shooting guard, and small forward types. They like to have guys who could stretch the floor that are really good 3-point shooters. And I wouldn't say RJ's that type of guy. Although if say we didn't have these protocols right now and you had Kevin Durant playing and you had Kyrie Irving playing every game, the fact that you have a Joe Harris at the shooting guard, that's probably enough. You probably have enough shooting that if you had an RJ Barrett, it doesn't hurt you. So actually, I think you would have to start with a RJ Barrett for them, and then you would go from there, and that would probably mean Mitch. It would have to be RJ Barrett, Mitch, and then you still got to think about some picks.
You got to give up more players than that. Think about what the Nets gave up to get him.
Right. I was just gonna say. And also, I mean, he might deserve more players. Plus, the money. The money's got to be right, and that's definitely. There's no money there. You'd probably have to give them Fournier too.
As you know, and James is having a down season, and his down season is still very good. But two things that catch me is that he's going to be 33 this offseason. And also, I'm going to have to gut half my roster. And I have to give up a lot of future draft capital for him. I just don't think it's worth it.
Yeah, I mean, I personally like the idea of the James Harden trade at the same time. But it's like, like, I don't think, like, RJ would be, like, a good fit for him because, like, you know how, like, Ben Simmons, like, were with Wembley and they didn't really, like, play well together, like issues.
Right.
But
Right. Yeah, I mean, that's true. That's true. And you're right, Karen, and B, you're right. That we would have to gut our roster just to bring Harden in here. And while Harden would still come into this, man, we're so devoid of like true star potential talent. Harden would come in here and still be the best player we have on this team, but we're not getting the best Harden. Like, regardless of what Harden is, his down season or what, I still don't think we're going to be able to get the best Harden that we're used to seeing because the NBA rules have definitely changed his game. What he could get away with in the past is not there, and you're seeing a big difference in how he plays. It seems to be hurting his overall game because he would get those foul calls that were so nauseating and infuriating to me as a fan, and I'm sure to the opposing player. And he'd use that all game, getting to the line at will, and then getting your player frustrated because they keeps getting foul calls, and then you can kind of pick them apart and do the rest of your game, cross them over, pick and pop, do all this other stuff. So it's a real tough person to deal with.
Yeah. I think at this point, Ron, like, and you hit it right on the nail, what you just said. It's like overall on the roster, we don't really have like this enthralling, like star-studded, value on the team. I think it's his best at this point that, you just go ahead, you get rid of the vets, you go ahead, you build around the young guys, see how it goes for a year or two, see who develops, see who pops, see who blossoms. It's your best bet right now. Because I think you're beating a dead horse with this. I'm talking about as far as the organization, stuff like that. Like,
yeah, no, I agree.
You're asking guys to do things that I just don't think, and if the people are happy with a first round exit or a play-in exit, I can't take away nobody's happiness, but I just think as a sustainable, successful organization moving forward, and which I'm sure every fan wants to be, I just don't think that's the route to go.
Dude, I think you are 100% right. Honestly, I know people aren't going to like what I have to say right now because this player is so divisive. But if it was up to me and I couldn't really solidify any real good trade offer that I want, like if I can't go out there and figure out a way to get a DeJounte Murray or something like that, honestly, I would probably trade for De'Aaron Fox. I would figure out a way to bring De'Aaron Fox in here using Julius. And if you have to add some other piece to it, to make the money work, a marginal piece. I would do that, bring De'Aaron Fox in here, and then I would do that other proposed package that has been out there to the Lakers for Westbrook. And the reason why I know, and the reason why I would do that once again is not because I want Westbrook here. If it was up to me, I'd sit Westbrook once I got
and shout out to Chuck, because Chuck weeks ago was thinking about this Westbrook stuff. So
right, I'm definitely
agree or disagree, but Chuck opened up that can of worms.
Chuck, Chuck opened my eyes to it. I know guys already like, no Westbrook. I hear you. But look, this is why I say it. You trade Randle, all right? So now Obi becomes your starting power forward. We can really develop and see what he turns into. Give him a little time to see if he can work on his game and improve. And also, we can make a decision in the offseason going forward. Like, did we see enough for him to say, yeah, there's some things there with Obi. We can build around that. Or, no, there's certain things that we don't like, and I don't know how we can fix that in the short term or the long term to kind of help build this team. So you can see that one. Then that Westbrook trade where we would get Westbrook and Taylor Horton back, and then we would give up 4 players like Fournier, Kemba, Burks, Noel, I think, and some picks and stuff like that. But the point is, you're bringing in 2 guys and you're getting rid of 4. So there's 2 spots opening up. Derrick Rose is going to come back. He's going to cut into Grimes' minutes. So Grimes is not going to be able to play the way we have been used to seeing him recently. But doing that type of trade frees up 2 roster spots. So Grimes will have a spot, and Cam Reddish will finally get his spot to be in the rotation. Yeah. So if you're telling me that I go from having Randle, Burks, Fournier, Noel, and Kemba, and then essentially I get Cam, because Cam hasn't been playing at all. So I finally get Cam. I get Grimes comfortably. I'll get Rose back. I'll get Westbrook, and I'll get De'Aaron Fox. I like that 5 better than that original 5. So that's the only reason why I'm saying it, guys. And I know, like I said it before, I would bench Westbrook if it was up to me. He'd just sit there like John Wall. But the Knicks ain't going to do that. So he would probably be out there playing and running crazy and infecting us and getting us all nuts. But I think that's an interesting option for the Knicks, and I think it's one that actually they could pull off. What do you? Let me start with Karen on this one, because Karen gave me the thumbs up. Karen, what do you think about this?
She wants to vote too. Wow.
Yeah, because if we get both De'Aaron Fox and Westbrook, they both have been playing good, us in scoring, defense, and rebounding, stuff like that. So I think that would be a bigger benefit for us as to where we are now.
So you feel we'll be better off by acquiring Westbrook in the short term? That's what you're saying.
And Fox.
Oh, it'll be very hard to get both.
Yeah, I know.
You would gut your roster to try to get both. So keep that in mind. Okay, I'll put it to you like this, Ron. Let's do this, right? It will take nothing but 5 minutes. Let's go over for surface stats and advanced stats concerning Westbrook this season. Okay. This season, he's averaging 18.7, which is about 19 a game. He's averaging 7.7 assists, which is about 8. He's also averaging 7.8 rebounds, which is about 8. So he's at 19, 8, and 8 this season, right? He's also averaging a steal for you as well. From the 3-point, he's shooting an abysmal 30% off 3.5 attempts a game. He's only shooting 67.5% at the free throw line. And he's shooting 44% for the field on 16 attempts. Now, to get into his advanced analytics, this is where it starts telling the story, his BPM this year is a negative 1.1. Okay, his defensive BPM is a 0.6. His offensive BPM is 0.5. Considering the position he plays at, give an extra point or so for him. Not really, because he does dish the ball and rebound. So yeah, okay, that sounds about right. So he's at a negative 1.1. this year. I want guys to keep in mind that his ball usage this season is also 31%. So he has the ball a lot inside his hand. His points per shot attempt is at the bottom 35 for his position. Okay. His assist percentage, so that means what percentage of his teammates' made shots did the player assist on, because he has the ball so much in his hand. He's at about like the top 20 for his position, somewhere around that nature. So you have another one, assist to usage ratio. See, big stat here. Assist rate compared to usage rate. How often did a player get an assist given how much they had the ball? He's at the bottom 40 for his position. So him pounding the ball and having the ball so much, does it equate to his assist totals? And of course, how often did the player turn the ball over when using a possession? He's at the bottom 23 or so. I think that's the bottom 12 if I'm not mistaken. No, my bad. Yeah, okay, my bad. Bottom 30. So that's that, right? Let's go into. So his differential is a negative 1.4. His expected win is a negative 4. So that means that with him off the court, LA would actually win 4 more games. His points per possession.
That's crazy, by the way. Go ahead, continue, my man.
Yeah. His points per possession, he's probably around like bottom 20, 30, somewhere of that nature at a negative 2.6. His effective field goal percentage is a negative 0.9. His turnover percentage is, as we talked about, is a negative 0.3. His offensive rebound percentage is actually real high at a plus 1.6 because he does rebound the ball very well. Free throw rate is, he doesn't get there like he used to, so he's like at the bottom 20, 25. And defensively, he's pretty abysmal. He's at a negative 1.1 in points per possession, which is not too bad compared to other guards. But as far as effective field goal percentage, guys shoot high on him. Doesn't get a lot of turnovers on guys. Guys can't get a lot of offensive rebounds on him, and he sends guys to the line at too high of a rate. And he's like, yeah, right. Okay, no, he doesn't. My bad. So it's a negative 3.8. So and that could be for him not playing too much defense. Shooting. At the rim. He's shooting 57% at the rim, which is he's at the bottom 26 amongst guards. His short mid, he's at 33%. His long mid, he's at 41%, which is not bad. All mids, he's at 37%. Corner three, he's actually shooting a surprising 45% at a corner three. And that's off 31 attempts. It's not a bad sample size. It's not, it's not bad. It's not great. Not good. Non-quarter threes, he's at 27% at 154 attempts. And this year, off 185 attempts, he's at 30%. That doesn't sound worth it to me, Jim.
Dude, as I said, I'm with you. My whole thing is I'm trying to figure out a way, but that's of course I'm a different type of Knicks fan too, guys. I want to preface that when I came up with this thought, I'm okay with playing the young guys, and I'm okay with us having to we're not starting over because we've got talent, much more talent than we would have had in the past when we tried to start over and build from scratch. But my whole thing is, as I said, I'm one of those guys, like, I comfortable making the tough decision. I'm comfortable with bringing Westbrook in here and not playing him. Because the thing about it is, what I want, which sounds kind of cold and callous, but as a businessman, I don't even know if that works. It might not work, but I would try it. I have no problem making that trade, bringing Westbrook in here, not playing him, getting him upset, saying, this is not the mix for me. I'm not playing. Obviously, I've got skills. I've got talent. I should be out there. So that way, in the following year, when he has his player option, he has to decide, do I want to pick up my player option and get my 35, 36, 37 plus million and stay on this team, not having a spot to play? Or would I rather play somewhere else? So that puts the ball in his court. Now, it could turn into a John Wall situation. But then at that point, I look at myself and I say, I don't think I'm going anywhere for the rest of this year, but I get to see my young talent out there. I don't think I'm going anywhere next year, but I can build on that young talent. We'll see what happens in the draft, and we might be able to pick up maybe one solid free agent because we will get some money back. So my whole thing is I see a way to do it and make the tough decision that Westbrook may not like, but can still benefit my team.
Let me ask you a question. Who are you getting rid of to get him?
For Westbrook?
Mm-hmm.
It would be a combination. It would definitely be Fournier and Burks because that's 30 million right there, right? And Fournier is playing really well, and Fournier is a piece that the Lakers could definitely use. And the Lakers are desperate. Keep in mind when I'm thinking about this, I'm thinking about the Lakers' desperation level of trying to get somewhere fast because they've got a bunch of old players that are trying to win now. That's why they built this team, this crazy team that they built. So Fournier is the big piece, and I think Fournier is the best piece for them out of anything we give them because he gives them more shooting. And he's starting to really play well. So Fournier, it would be Burks. That's 30 million right there. And then I would possibly throw in, it depends on their need, but I would possibly throw in a Noel. And then I'd give them, one of our young guys. That's the thing. That's still iffy. That kind of depends because I don't know enough about the Lakers roster to see where they're deficient at, but I would say maybe Deuce, maybe. What would you say, Karen?
So you would not give up Kemba?
Well, I don't. I mean,
Like
if you could
Lakers, like Westbrook.
if you could do Kemba, I would do it, but I don't know if they would want Kemba. So, you would try that. That would be an initial package. Like, I would definitely throw Kemba.
Josh is asking for the link, Ron, by the way.
Oh, yeah, I thought I had it in the chat. Sorry. Hold on 1 second.
So, Ron, as you're doing that, let me assess this. So, you think the Lakers would take Alec Burke, Evan Fournier, Deuce McBride. Who else did you say? You said Kemba, right? Oh, yeah, my bad. Nerves are well, right? And I just don't see him making that move, bro.
Well, here's the thing. In a normal situation, would you make that move? No. But just keep in mind, the Lakers are very strapped of assets as well because they've made a lot of moves and it's sapped up a lot of what they can do going forward. So they put themselves in a really tough position to win now, and they don't even have the pieces to win now. So I'm just thinking this is a situation where they don't have a lot of cachet. They can probably get a better offer, but who wants Westbrook? So we're taking somebody off their team. And as you said, when you pointed that out, I think that's the key here. If you take technically by the way he plays, you take Westbrook off the team, they win 4 more games statistically, if you want to look at it that way. But I think the bottom line is LeBron would love to get rid of Russell Westbrook because they'll play much better without him there because of all the things he helps them in certain ways, but he hurts them in a lot of other ways. And I just think it's a bad fit for them.
So you would have Randle and Westbrook together?
Oh no, Randle goes for Fox.
So
Randle's out of
Fox
here.
And Westbrook.
Right. But as I said, I personally wouldn't play Westbrook, but it's not up to me because I know no NBA team is just not going to play a Russell Westbrook. So even if you have to play him, sorry about that. Even if you have to play him, you're still in a situation where Russell Westbrook can do some good things and he can help certain players like Obi get better. And here's the other thing. Let me get Josh in here. Here's the other thing that's very interesting. What up, Josh? Here's the other thing that's very interesting. The pace. Could you imagine the pace that this team would be running with De'Aaron Fox, Russell Westbrook, Cam, RJ, Grimes, Mitchell? Like this team will be up and down the court. And I just think it'd be very interesting to try that. I know people are not happy with a lot of Russell Westbrook's antics, but I think, you can't reel him in, but maybe you can calm him down slightly because I will say one thing about Westbrook. The antics that I've seen him do with the Lakers are crazy, like bananas. But I didn't see half of this stuff when he was with the Wizards just a year ago. So I don't know what's going on over there. For whatever reason, maybe he's just trying to do too much. He's giving them something because that team just doesn't have it. So he feels like he's got to be a Tasmanian devil. But I just think if he came to the Knicks, we might be able to slow him down a little bit and we wouldn't see as much of the erratic play. He's still going to turn the ball over. But remember, another big question we had earlier, D, is we talked about, imagine having Randle and Westbrook on the same team with the turnovers. Well, one would be gone. So we'd only have to deal with Westbrook's turnovers. So that's my thought. Josh, being that you just came in, did you have an opinion on this?
Of course I do.
and good to see you, brother. What's going on, man?
Good to see y'all, man. Happy Saturday. Ron, salute to Ron and John, still Knicks fans, always love. Diaz Balling, Karen Fong, good to see you. And who is that? Who is that down there with the dog?
That's Chuck.
That's Chuck. That's Nickel for life.
Oh, Chuck. What up, man? What up, Chuck? Of course I have an opinion on this. Shocker, right? Josh likes the Westbrook to the Knicks trade. Absolutely. First of all, I just want to preface everything that I have to say. It's a shame how Knicks fans disrespect Russell Westbrook. Like the disrespect that fans give Russell Westbrook, particularly the Knicks fans, is just unbelievable to me. I don't understand it. The guy's a former MVP. He's was a perennial all-star in this league for a very long time. I understand that he turns the basketball over, but I always say, anytime you have a guy who has the ball in their hands for a long period of time, you're going to turn the basketball over. That just comes with the territory. LeBron James, one of the highest leaders in turnovers in the NBA. Who else is on this list? Let's look. James Harden, Luka Doncic, Trae Young, Darius Garland, Nikola Jokic, Giannis, right? So, these are the certain names that are on this list when it comes to turnovers, and no one wants to say anything about that. Right? No one wants to talk about the other people who lead the league in turnovers and have a lot of turnovers per game. And it's simply because, if you have the ball in your hands, you're going to turn the basketball over. Plain and simple. I also understand that Russell Westbrook is not efficient. I get that as well. But to me, the pros absolutely outweigh the cons for this trade. If I'm the Knicks, I'm definitely considering this. This trade is definitely on the table for me. Look at everything that Knicks fans want, right? You want to play the kids, right? You want to get rid of some of these vets and playing the kids. What better way to do that than to get rid of 3 veterans who are in the rotation to make room for Cam, right? Get rid of Kemba Walker, who, it's not the point guard he used to be. It's not going to stay healthy, right? Get rid of him. And also, you got $47 million coming off the books next season. $47 million. So to me, it's a no-brainer for the Knicks if this trade is on the table. I would definitely do it. And in particular, you get a first-round pick out of this deal. To me, this is a no-brainer. The Knicks absolutely should consider making this move if it's on the table.
What's your trade proposal for him?
My trade proposal was the one that Bobby Marks put out there. I love that trade. To me, it makes a lot of sense. Fournier, Burks, and Kemba for Westbrook, DeAndre Jordan, Wayne Ellington in the first-round pick. To me, it works out for both sides, right?
And LA would give the first pick?
LA would give
we give LA the first pick.
No, we get the first-round pick from LA.
Oh, man.
2027. Yeah, you don't think they'll do that?
No, I don't think that's realistic at all. Personally.
Why not?
Because LA ain't getting nothing back of that deal, bro.
You said they're not getting anything back?
Nope.
I beg to differ. I think they could use.
I know you do.
Rotation. Yeah. And I think they can use Evan Fournier in their rotation, a guy that does not need the basketball in his hands to be that effective. I think they can use that. I think they can use a guy like Alec Burks coming and being an immediate part of their rotation. I think they can absolutely use that. Now, is it going to make them championship contenders? No, I don't think that's going to help them or increase their odds of making the championship. However, right, just like we value Burks and his contract and we value Kemba, and I think Fournier's contract will be much more valuable next season. The Lakers can definitely use that and be able to have some more flexibility. Right now, the Lakers have absolutely no flexibility whatsoever at all. Zero. Most of their roster outside of LeBron, Westbrook, and AD are all on one-year deals. All those guys are veteran minimum contracts or whatever for majority of their roster. So they have absolutely no flexibility. They already don't have any draft picks, any draft capital whatsoever, right? So to me, this makes a lot of sense for the Lakers to go ahead and do. They're getting off Westbrook's contract, and I think this makes a lot of sense for them. They get back 3 pieces that encompass the Westbrook contract instead of just Westbrook's large $47 million contract, that they can be able to try to make moves either this year or next season. So I think that makes a lot of sense for the Lakers to do for a fit purpose.
And I just want to say, I hear you. I know where you're going with this. I hear you. I just think that I think the level of desperation with what's happening in LA is high. I think we still have a couple talented pieces that we can send them that it can help their team. They might not be the sexiest that you would think that you would pull off this trade for, but I think LA's in a weird space right now. And I think, they might go for this type of move. Even if you tweak the move and turn the pieces a little bit, I don't think you really got to give up that much as far as our roster to bring in a Westbrook, especially with the fact that if what Quentin says is correct, that he's due $47 million next year. That's an albatross for the Lakers when they're not winning and they're trying to get to that next level.
Absolutely.
I just think they might be willing to do that. Let me get my man Uncle Freezy in here real quick. Let me do this. Yeah, that's my theme music for you, brother. I don't have anything.
What's good?
What's happening?
What's up? What up, OG?
Hey, what's good, bro? Hey, man. Listen, I ain't seen you in a while, man. Love you, bro, man. I appreciate all the work you're doing on NBK, man. You're doing solid work over there, man. Hey, great job. And shout out to Ron, the future star of the industry, and D Poetic, sir, as usual.
Sir, how are you?
Yo, all I'm gonna ask is just this real quick. So I just want to say a couple things, right? Just real quick. If Lakers do this deal, they might win the championship. And also, we're 33 subscribers away from 500. Yo, let's obliterate that number before we get out of here, right? Make sure y'all smash the like button and subscribe to the channel, because my man Ron and John and the third guy, I think the third guy, who was it?
Jose.
Yeah, I can't remember. Yo, they do great work, man. Make sure y'all continue to support the channel so that the dudes that put great Knicks content on the internet can continue to grow and reach more people. It's others helping others. You know what I'm saying? But hey, but you know what though? D Poetic, listen.
What up?
If they do this deal, if the Lakers pull off this Westbrook deal with the Knicks, I'm telling you that the Lakers will be in the running for the NBA Finals. Right? You don't want to be the team that has to guard LeBron James one-on-one or Anthony Davis one-on-one when you have an Evan Fournier who can knock down the three, and Alec Burks that can be the multidimensional Swiss Army knife that they're missing right now. Russell Westbrook is clogging up everything for them, right? And if they remove Westbrook and add floor spacers that have multi-dimensional skills for a playoff team. See, Burks and Fournier don't work for the Knicks because we're not ready, right? Because RJ is not a 25-point per game scorer, and Julius Randle is not ready for prime time. That's why Fournier and Burks is not working. But LeBron James and Anthony Davis have already proven that if you give them moderate, mediocre support pieces, they can drag that mess to the finals. I've seen LeBron James do it.
Yeah, he did it in a weak East, Freezy. He didn't do it against the Phoenix Suns. He didn't do it against the Golden State Warriors. He didn't do it against the Denver Nuggets when they have Jamal Murray.
Right, but there are only 3 rounds, bro. And he won't play all those teams. Those teams play against each other.
I'm saying he's one of them.
Your Golden State plays Utah. Both of those, LeBron James won't get to play both of them. He'll play one of them.
God makes the NBA Finals 10 years in a row. 10 years in a row.
Right.
10 years in a row. And somehow, because he's in a weak Eastern Conference, that goes against him. I just don't understand.
It was not against him, bro. Once again, jumping to conclusions, sir. I didn't say that. What I said was that Freezy's proposal, as far as if they get Evan Fournier, Albert Burke, and Nerlens Noel, and all of a sudden now they're in prime position to compete against the Phoenix Suns, the Golden State Warriors, a healthy Utah Jazz, and a healthy Denver Nuggets, is completely ludicrous.
No,
No,
you
what you, no, 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 no. What you
point.
did was you used what Freezy said, and you tried to downplay the greatness of LeBron James and what LeBron James did in the Eastern Conference because it's a weak Eastern Conference. Yet he made the NBA Finals 10 seasons in a row.
No, what I'm saying that the seasons. No, Josh, you do what a lot of these guys do. You promote false narratives. What I said was that LeBron James, first of all, LeBron James is one of the best basketball players that's ever existed in this game. So let's just get that out the way right now so you can stop all that. Here's number two. Number two is that when he had his Jordan Clarksons, right, and stuff of that nature, and he didn't have a real superstar guy next to him, that number two, the road to the East was a bit weak in those years, not 10 years. I'm talking about 1 or 2 years, bro. So don't put false narratives out there. That's not what I'm saying.
So D-Party, so you missed what I'm saying. So here's the thing. I didn't say compete in the Western Conference, right?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't say compete. I said beat the Western Conference.
Yeah, I know what you said.
And compete for the NBA Finals.
That's
those
even
teams,
crazier.
Those teams that you mentioned, the Golden States
Mm-hmm.
and the Phoenix Suns and the Utah Jazz cannot beat the Lakers if LeBron is guarded one-on-one in a 7-game series. If Anthony Davis is guarded one-on-one in a 7-game series, nobody in the Western Conference has the weapons to stop LeBron, even at age 36 or 37. Not to mention the 1 or 2 games in that 7-game series where Carmelo Anthony goes off, and you know it's going to happen. You know it's going to happen, right? Because Melo is an all-time great scorer, even at his advanced age. And to the point with the Eastern Conference, I'm going to mention this. The Eastern Conference was weak, right? You notice the 1 year LeBron James leaves the Eastern Conference and goes west, the Toronto Raptors win the NBA Finals. Now, take that.
Take what? He's a great player. What's your point?
In a weak Eastern Conference.
Oh, the East wasn't weak throughout the decade. Come on,
I don't think the East was weak. I think the West was stronger, but that doesn't mean the East was completely weak and LeBron James is playing nobodies. That's not true.
Stop this.
Come on.
Bro, what I'm saying is to your point, I get your point, but you notice when LeBron James left the East, Eastern Conference team won the NBA Finals. I'm just saying, that's a fact.
That's what happened once the generational players leave. So what's your point?
Maybe the Eastern Conference.
Where Jordan left, other people started winning in the East. What's your point, bro?
When Jordan left, a Western Conference team won the finals, bro.
4 years in a row.
Just saying.
Well, here's the thing that I would say. Like, if you think about where the Lakers are right now, even when everything was happening, if you guys remember back when they got Westbrook, and we were like, oh, what? Because I remember when they got Westbrook, I was like, I couldn't believe it. I think it happened. It happened during the draft, right? Was that when it happened?
Around that time.
Yeah. I think it happened during the draft. Anyway, when they started putting the team together, the first thing a lot of people said, well, that's interesting. It's different. And they're an older team. They got a lot of players that, it's definitely win now. But it still was interesting to the point where we said, man, they just keep loading up on pieces, older players, but they might be able to do some interesting things. But we said that because on paper, it looked like there was enough star power and talent there to make something happen, especially toward the end of the season. Because during the beginning of the season, that long stretch of games, sometimes with older teams, you see a lot of flaws, hiccups that can happen. But when it comes down to the regular season, getting to the end and going into that playoff push, that's when these older players start to turn it up. And that's when you see the best out of them. So that's what I was looking at. Like, you see that this is when they can take off. But obviously, the mix of players that they got is not necessarily the right mix. I'm not saying Russell Westbrook is the main piece that didn't work for them, but he's definitely a big piece that you can see just the way they like to move. He doesn't seem like he fits in how they're doing things. So I'm really, it's not necessarily all about what the Lakers are getting. Although I'll be honest with you, if they get an Evan Fournier the way he's playing right now, I know that can help their team. But it's pulling Westbrook out of that mix and changing the way they run. I think that's huge for them. I know he's as certain games, like he's almost won the game by himself for them because they didn't have really anybody else to go to. But I just think that I think it could work. I'm not saying I may not necessarily be all in with what Freezy said. Like, I don't know if they can win it all because that Phoenix team is a buzzsaw, but I definitely think that they will be in much better position to make a playoff run. And anything could happen. Anything. I mean, God forbid, I'm not saying that, but one injury away.
But also they get off of Russell Westbrook's contract. That's the big thing in this the big thing for me is the contract. Like to fit, we already know about the fit. We already know the fit doesn't work. And with Russell Westbrook and LeBron, like people were saying that when Russell Westbrook actually went there. But I'm not even talking about that. I'm thinking about the contract and the fiscal implications here. They get off that contract. They bring back two players who their contract also expires at the end of next year, and Fournier with his extra year. Right, so that puts them in a better position to win in the short term.
Team option.
With that fiscal situation that they got going on. And then for us, we get a $47 million contract that comes off the books next season. That makes us much more flexible because we don't have to have Fournier's contract for that extra year, right? And we get a first-round pick out of it. And on top of that, it opens up the roster and the rotation for Cam, for Grimes, for all the rest of these guys that people have been screaming and complaining about. So I just don't understand how this is a bad deal for both sides. Not too many teams. I think the Knicks and probably one or two more teams can even make the trade for Westbrook. No other team has the amount of assets and the amount of contracts that can be able to trade for that guy.
Hey,
so to me, it just makes the most sense.
Let me answer our question, right? When Westbrook after this year, right? That's a player option, correct?
Yes, we'll kill.
Yes, that's
what does a player option mean?
Means he can opt into the final year of his contract. He has the ability to opt into that.
Yeah, he's in control of that. Yeah.
Very good, right? Because it's not a team option, right?
Right.
You think Westbrook is going to miss out on $47 million?
No, he's going to take it. He's going to take it.
No, but nobody. But listen.
Yeah.
What was it?
And who is going to be taking that $47 million?
We would.
Yeah.
Hey, deep poetic. But before,
what's your point?
But before we tie our shoes using the bunny ears, way of tying, let's try the loop and under approach, right? Because you can tie your shoes more than one way.
Mm-hmm.
So if Westbrook does take the player option, it's not an albatross, right? Because you know what it is? All of a sudden, the Knicks have a $47 million expiring contract that they can use in a trade, right? And so while okay, you're like, well, who's gonna want to take a $47 million expiring contract? Is that attractive?
Mm-hmm.
I'm here to tell you, yes. And what you could do is take that $47 million expiring contract and some of those attractive young assets that you have and trade for a superstar, right? And now what's the motivation for a team like the Wizards to trade Bradley Beal for $47 million in cap space and young assets?
So this is where
everything.
This is where me and Freezy defer, because if I'm the Knicks, I would want to hold on and have us use that expiring contract. Have $47 million come off our books. Hold on, Freezy. I got you on.
But John, no, listen to what I just said. I said you could tie your shoes one or two ways. You can use the bunny ear method, or you can loop the loop. So the bunny ears method is just keep Westbrook for the year, and you keep the space, right? The loop method is go out and get a star ahead of that summer, and then you can re-sign that star. What I'm saying is you can get your star one of two ways just by trading for Russell Westbrook. That's what I'm with you.
Yeah, I'm with you. It just makes it more flexible. But if I'm the Knicks, I hold on to it. And a free agent year where $47 million is coming off the books, where there's a huge free agent class from that season. Huge free agent class in 2023. And I think that's the reason why the Knicks did their contracts that way. It's because they want majority of that money to come off the books at the same time. The only difference is Fournier, because Fournier goes for another season after next year. Guaranteed money. So that's the reason why basically you tie all those loose ends together, you put all of them together, package them, and then let's not act like Westbrook is some scrub. Let's not act like he's a scrub. He feels a need for this team.
Right now he's 19-8-8. Right now
he's far from a scrub.
Short term, he can get to the basket. Well, how many times would we say that about players? We can't get to the basket. He gets to the basket. He runs a little bit. I get it. The turnovers are high, but like
he doesn't finish well at the rim, though.
But he can get to the basket, though. Alfred Payton didn't finish well.
I understand that, but
he gets to the basket.
The turnover ratio is very high, and he can't shoot a midi very well.
Okay, fine. We got him for 1 season. We can move on after that.
Well, you said 2. You said 2, actually, because you said for the remaining of this season, and you said that you would keep it for next season to clear it off the books. That's what you said.
You did say 2.
I mean, if you want to consider this last month or 2 months of the season and one season or whatever, I'm not going to go tit for tat or whatever. But I just know that the money comes off the books at the end of next season. Period. That's the whole purpose of this.
I just think that there's more than one way to skin a cat, and I just feel like we could be a lot more creative and imaginative. And a lot more crafty and get it right than going this route. Personally.
Like what? Like what? What do you recommend?
I've recommended a whole bunch. For example, if I had to choose between Fox and Russell, I'll take Fox in a heartbeat. It's not even a thought. If this is the issues, I'm going to be dealing with Russell for a year and a half or a season and a half, right? I think a Ben Simmons route would be much more profitable than this. So, I mean, there's a lot of directions you could go. I'm just thinking that you could be imaginative and you could be creative and where you could go ahead, save some money, right? You could still build the young guys. You could still get these vets out and these contracts out, and you can go ahead and sleep at night.
Okay, so you're willing to have Fox here for another 4 years is what you're saying. You'll take that risk. At more money.
I mean, he's only 23 years old, Josh.
Yeah, but no,
I mean, I'm sorry, 24.
That's a question.
I'm saying, considering the fact, right, of his upside and the things that he could do that we don't have on the basketball court, I am much willing to deal with that for the next 3 or 4 years than deal with a year and a half of Westbrook.
I got you.
All right. Well, let's do this. Let me say this real quick. So Brahim says, so would y'all take the Westbrook trade over the Fox trade? What I proposed is that there's a way to get both of them. If you look at what the Knicks are doing, and if you look at what assets the Knicks still continue to have on the roster. Now, keep in mind, when I say that, you still have 3 guys on the bench that you're not playing at all. Yeah. One is Cam Reddish, one is Deuce McBride, and the other is Jericho Sims. Guys, so when we talk about possibly gutting our team, when you look at how I brought up the trades and the different scenarios that are out there, I think I had it like, in essence, it's like a 5 for 5, right? We are still getting the addition of Cam being injected into the rotation, possibly in the starting lineup. Yeah, aka Freezy's Tracy McGrady.
Justice League.
We're still getting the fact that Grimes will be able to have his minutes because Derrick Rose is hopefully coming back very soon. And we are still having the ability to have a guy like Deuce and Jericho on the bench who possibly can now play. Because at the current moment, they're on the bench and they can't play because it's just after 10 guys, you can't go there. But now you bring them up a little higher. So now you can kind of use these other assets. Plus, the fact is, you have a piece that maybe he's not a transitional piece in Fox, but he's a piece that you could use to help build what's going on with your team. And like I said, Westbrook still could be a good player for the Knicks. He might not be as erratic as he was with the Lakers because it's a different situation and he's thrust in a different role. And quite frankly, if you're an organization, you sell it to Russell. Listen, we value you. We know you're a good player, but we have a lot of young guys that we're trying to build and cultivate this team around. And we want you to be able to help them, be the leader for them, show them how to play basketball, how to fit in this NBA. And that's a different role you thrust him in. So maybe he's not as erratic, and yet he still shows them how to do good things on the basketball court. That's all I'm saying. I don't love Russell Westbrook. I've said it before, but I do see that he's still a valuable player. Yes. And I learned that by watching what he did in Washington. Because prior to Washington, I was really like, I didn't like him. But when he went to Washington, he kind of helped turn that team around. He showed me something. So I'm just saying he's not the ideal piece, but I could see how it could work So let's not rule it out, because quite frankly, it might be the only move we can make, because you know how the trade deadline stuff goes. We want guys, right? But look, there's other teams that have sexier stuff out there. Look, the Knicks had a chance to put together a nice package for Ben Simmons, but then all of a sudden the Brooklyn Nets throw Harden in the mix. Harden's much better than anything we can give, Philadelphia. So that's a situation we could run into with anybody. We might go hot and heavy in the next couple of days for DeJounte Murray. Then some other team, Denver, might say, "Oh, we'll give you guys Jamal Murray and somebody else for DeJounte Murray." Like, we can't compete with some of these offers that could be out there. So all I'm saying is we got to be realistic. Certain things might fall in our lap, a la Kemba Walker. That might not be the best for us, but we got to figure out a better way to spin it. So that being said, hold on one second, Freezy. Let me just say this real quick. Danny Landis, I appreciate you being here. Thanks for being first time on my joining, and we'll get to you shortly. But go ahead, Freezy.
Thank you, John.
So shout out to Danny Landis, who's in the building. Right? Shout out to Danny Landis.
Freezy, you got some sleep, huh?
Karen Funk. Yeah, I slept like 38 minutes.
You look wide awake today.
Back to back.
Congratulations.
Yo, I swear, like 38 minutes back to back. I jumped up like, but anyway. What I wanted to ask Ron is this. In this domino scenario that you mentioned, and I understand you're the moderator, right? I understand that. So I'm not trying to moderate. I just want to get some clarity. Just to get some clarity.
You good, right? Boss. You good. You good.
So in your domino scenario that you just mentioned, which is that's why I always, when I talk to like the big dogs of this thing, I was like, yo, watch out for this up and comer Ron on Still Knicks Fans. He a smart dude. He know how to ask questions, right? That's why I do that. And I don't just say that to like build up your channel, because it don't help me, you know what I'm saying, us none, except us kicking it, you know what I'm saying? But here's the thing, in your domino scenario, right, doesn't that help the Knicks get the player that they want, because other teams have higher aspirations and other teams have better assets, so that we can cherry pick, so to speak, with the options that are left over? So we can wait to the last minute and lowball Sacramento for De'Aaron Fox. Maybe we don't have to give up as much for De'Aaron Fox, seeing that James Harden was traded for Ben Simmons, right? Or that DeJounte Murray was traded to a contender. Maybe we can lowball the Lakers for Westbrook and lowball the Kings for Fox, not pay as much, because the big dogs have made all the major moves. Is that the scenario that you're getting at, or is?
I mean, it's not necessarily what I was getting at, but that is a possibility. Although my feeling too is that if it can be taken two ways. If, for example, say these trades were to go down prior to Fox moving, if Ben Simmons and Harden got flipped, and then say DeJounte Murray went somewhere prior to the Fox thing, I don't know. It depends on how Sacramento values Fox and what they really want to do, because there is a lot of people. I got a couple friends who feel a certain way, and then I've been trying to kind of look at Sacramento's news and see what their podcast people and what sports writers are saying about Fox. There's still the thing that's very iffy about if they really, really want to trade Fox. Some people are saying that they still want to keep Fox and maybe move another piece to free up certain things over there and continue to build with Fox. So if it's all like everything could switch. So we might think that they're in a situation where we have more leverage because these other pieces got moved, and now they're trying to get rid of Fox. But they might say, well, listen, we still value Fox, and we'll keep them, and we'll go a different route. So I hear what you're saying, and that is definitely a possibility. I just don't know, because I think Fox is I think the Sacramento is a team that they've put these same guys out on the trade market for a number of years. They've been trying to get rid of Buddy Hield for forever, and he's still there. So if they can get rid of guys, right? If they can get rid of guys like Buddy Hield and Marvin Bagley, and even Harrison Barnes, I'm not saying they definitely want to get rid of him, but if they get rid of those guys, they might keep Fox. You know,
What about
so
your
I don't know.
other players in the market, like your Indiana Pacers, your New Orleans Pelicans?
Correct. They haven't even, and they put their trade thoughts out there a long time ago. So there might be some movement there. There's still a lot of stuff that can happen. You're right. So it's very up in the air. I just want to say that once again, and thank you, No Cap Sports Talk. I appreciate you. I am a really cool guy. I'm not tooting my own horn. People like me. You may not love my trade proposal. I'm sorry. Look, in a perfect world, guess what? Ben Simmons will be coming to New York, and DeJounte Murray will be following him. That would be my Knicks team.
I wish.
I don't see it happening, brother. So I got to think about it realistically.
We got to dream about it.
Exactly. Realistically, before the season started, did you think you were going to wind up with Evan Fournier and Kemba Walker? No. But that's where we are. So I'm just saying, anything can happen. Yeah, man. So, Danny, I know I appreciate you coming on. What do you think about some of the stuff you've heard so far? You got any takes that you want to throw out there about these possible trade scenarios? You can even talk about the Fox or Randle thing. It doesn't matter. Just want to get your feedback.
John, I want to thank you for having me on.
Oh, it's Ron. I know we look alike. We're like brothers.
Yeah. I keep thinking about you, Ron, and you and your boy on the show.
Yeah, brother. Right.
And Jose.
And Jose. No way, Jose. The Don Jose.
Jose Canseco, right?
Yeah.
Well, I'm a big lover of Westbrook. I've been liking Westbrook because of his motor, the way he gets to the rim. Like he can get to the rim at will. There's not many guys that can guard him one-on-one. But his money and my question is who would help this year and going into next year would be a better, Fox or Westbrook? Who do you think would be better for us? Because Fox is younger, but still, who would help us more?
I think D kind of already hit it on the head. I would agree that I think, oh man, see, this is the whole vacuum thing. If you're looking at it just from, ability on the court and what immediately impacts us, I think Fox. But if you're looking at how much of a difference the team can be, you might have to say Westbrook. Because Westbrook can give you certain things offensively, but it's that addition by subtraction thing, being able to move some of them vet pieces so we can get guys in there like Cam. Because that's the thing. We bring, say for example, it's not going to happen that way because of money and stuff, but say, for example, it was Randle for Fox straight up. What changes here? How do we play Cam? There's no spot still. Exactly. So that's the whole thing. We got to figure out ways to move some of these pieces so that we can play some of these other guys. And that
focus on the Justice League.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing. Right. So I didn't. Did you have anything else?
Look at that. I think y'all tell me this is real or not. I just got that the New York Knicks waived Kemba Walker.
They waived him?
That's what I got here. I don't know if it's real or not.
I saw something about that earlier. I don't know if it's real.
I thought y'all might be able to help me.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to. Get it from? I'll look around.
Who'd you get it from? I'd say it's some clown I've never heard of. Let me see here. Jay Andrew. I don't know who that is.
Was it Ian Begley?
No, it was nothing of that caliber. No.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey,
anyway,
D, what's your source, D?
Well, it ain't this G Andrew guy. I tell you that much.
No, but who's your source, D? Nah, I'm just messing.
Oh
with
yeah,
you.
right. No, but I was having this conversation about getting these guys in, right, and fixing the Band-Aid, and I still feel we're not getting to the core of the issues that has plagued this organization for the past 20 years.
Such as?
And we haven't had a proper developmental staff to develop young guys that come in and out in 20 years. No, Josh, we have. Name me all the developmental staffs that we've had here that's helped the young guys. I'll wait.
I think we're developing now.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah.
How so?
How? You don't see the development of RJ Barrett from year 1 to year 3. You don't see the development of Mitchell Robinson from year one to year 4. You don't see the development of Obi from last season to this season. I just
that was very general.
If you want to talk about that was very general. I just gave you 3 specific.
No, you gave me 3 players, but I told you give me an example of a development that they've done.
Oh, RJ, his development.
Yeah, give me one.
I mean, I don't know if we got enough time to talk about that, Ron. But RJ has definitely developed a lot from year one to year three.
Uncle Fulio loves RJ Barrett too, by the way.
You know.
Yeah, definitely. So, first of all, RJ has contributed his development to his trainer, Chris Brinkley. First of all, so keep that in mind. Number two, from year one to year now, RJ has accomplished in becoming a much better catch and shoot shooter. He has done that. But everything else, yeah, but that's one thing out of many. So what I'm saying
there is more. Okay.
No. That's one thing out of many that hasn't. You see?
Like, so what has RJ Barrett not developed?
His ball handle has not gotten tighter.
Okay.
Just hasn't. His ability to go right just hasn't. His ability to short off the dribble hasn't. His ability to have a counter move when he gets stopped going left hasn't. He has to develop a step back. He has to develop the up ender. He doesn't use his feet very well, so his footwork is still looking the same as it is the first year. I could go on and on, Josh. I do this for a living, bro.
So is that his trainer or is that the Knicks?
That's a mix of everybody, actually.
Now it's a mix because you gave the trainer all the credit for him improving his jump shot, but you're not going to give anybody else any credit for anything else.
But I just said it.
What about Mitchell Robinson?
Hold on. False narratives again, Josh. You think you're slick, bro? I'm onto your game. Don't worry about it, bro. Okay. What I'm saying is that out of that one thing we just mentioned, I also mentioned 6 or 7 things that he hasn't. So therefore, that's a problem. And what I was trying to say is that is a problem between the organization and RJ Barrett. They both share the responsibility. You smell me? Okay, Mitchell Robinson. The only thing that Mitchell Robinson has done well and from year one to now and developed is his ability to stay in the game and not commit as many personal fouls. Besides that, we don't see a hook shot with either hand. We don't have a mid-range. We don't have him using his pivots. He doesn't have an up and under.
What about his ability to box out? What about his ability to box out and then get more rebounds? What about his ability to defend the pick and roll, which he was not doing that well when he first came in the league?
Yeah, he's better at that. Yeah.
Whoa. Mitchell Robinson was a way better perimeter defender in his first couple of years than he is right now. Now, you could attribute that to injuries and stuff of that nature, but he was still better when he first came than he
was.
No, we were talking about pick and roll defender. Pick and roll defender was mentioned.
Dude, listen to me. Mitchell Robinson has been a beast on the offensive rebounding since he came into this league. So what he's doing this year ain't nothing new under the sun.
So effectively, what Diaz Baldwin is saying is that none of the Knicks have developed. That's essentially what you're saying.
What I'm saying is that in the larger scheme of things, it's been very few things. Absolutely.
Okay.
And I do that to the credit of an improper developmental staff. Okay. For example, right, Bam Adebayo, right, when he came from Kentucky, right, and Miami got him, what Bam was doing in Kentucky is not how Bam plays in the NBA, bro. It's two totally different players. And do you know why? Because the Miami Heat organization pride themselves on taking these guys and developing and involving their game in ways that can translate to success in the NBA.
Yeah, so organization does not do that. So basically what you're saying is Miami Heat have a better developmental staff, which I don't disagree with. I don't disagree with it at all. I just struggle with the notion that the kids have not developed, right? Use Miami as an example as your bar, right? To set the bar as, this is the way we should be developing these players. But the caveat is you're saying that the Knicks don't develop their players. Now, we haven't had any development at all over the past few years, which I think is asinine. That's an asinine argument. Okay?
I think developed in small ways, but nothing sustainable and nothing that you could grow and evolve. It's been little small things, but it's not considered something you could call a development. It may be an improvement in an area, but not a development. You see,
so RJ Barrett hasn't developed. All right. RJ Barrett
hold on 1 second.
And not the way he could have been at this point in time. No.
All right, let me ask you guys this. Is it fair to say, and I think I hear a little bit of background noise. I don't know who if you have
I'm gonna go, I think it's Karen.
It is.
That's not me. That's not me.
It's not me. I ain't got nobody in the background.
I think there might be some background noise. No?
Okay.
Yeah, I think that was it. Okay.
Oh, okay. That was it. Sorry, Karen.
No problem. So what I was gonna say is, guys, is it fair to say that technically you're both right? I think D makes a really good point that our developmental staff could be a little better. We don't necessarily. I'm not saying we're not developing. I just don't think that we're developing correctly with some of the players that we have on the roster. But I will say that I think that we have probably developed pretty good with guys like Mitch and with RJ, and even quickly. Now the problem I would say is maybe the way in which they develop these guys is not the best for our team, because I think there's different ways to develop players, right? But I'll get right to you, Freezy. I just think, like, for example, we've decided to develop Quickly as a point guard. I don't feel Quickly as a point guard, but that doesn't mean that his development course is not effective. Is he learning how to be a better point guard and all these different things to orchestrate? Yes. I don't necessarily think that's the right way to develop Quickly, but he is benefiting from certain things. Sometimes we see him out there on the court and he looks pretty damn good, but then for the most part, there's certain things he lacks and he's still got to work on it. I just think that there's a big point in the fact that there is some development happening, but it's not necessarily the right development. And the Knicks should have probably looked at this and made an adjustment and saying, going forward, we need to look at things a little differently. Go ahead, Uncle Freezy. What were you going to say?
So let me say this. So D Poetic is absolutely right, and I hate to stroke his ego, right? Because you know,
I ain't got an ego. You good? Don't worry about it.
Because you know, D Poetic, when he get on this path of straightening everybody out, you know how these things go, right? So here's why D Poetic is absolutely right, right? You have seen teams take players drafted late in the draft and turn them into Kyle Kuzmas, right? You've seen guys take the 30th pick and turn them into Jimmy Butlers, right? You've seen teams take fat European centers and develop them into Nikola Jokic's, right? You've seen teams take the 60th pick in the NBA draft and turn them into Isaiah Thomas, right? But then you've seen the Knicks take RJ Barrett at number 3, and all he's done is increase his scoring average by 3 points over 3 years, a point per season. Whoop-de-doo. You've seen Mitchell Robinson, who's in his 4th year in the league, still being looked at as a prospect and not a young veteran. We look at Mitchell Robinson as a prospect in his 4th season and not as a young veteran. What that tells you is he's not being developed correctly, right? And you've seen players come in the door and leave. You've seen the Frank Ntilikina's, you've seen the Kevin Knox's, right? We're raving about a dude named Quentin Grimes that's not even averaging 10 points a game. We're raving, Grimes is not even averaging.
He's a rookie.
Right. But that's what Knicks fans say because they're stuck in this cycle of poor development. What D is saying is right, bro. Some teams take guys and turn them into, man, listen. RJ was taken 3rd, and Darius Garland was taken 5th. Right now, 5th. He was taken 5th by Cleveland. 4th was DeAndre Hunter. But anyway, my point is,
you might be right.
My point is, right now, the better player is Darius Garland, and it's not just because he plays point guard.
Oh yeah,
right. And so what I'm getting at, D Poetic is absolutely right. And the thing is we shouldn't beef with D for pointing out our flaws. What we should do is at least embrace the fact that somebody is pointing this out, and we could have more conversations about development. Because we're legit talking about Quentin Grimes. Quentin Grimes ain't even averaging 10 points a game. And we're raving about him. We're raving about that. That lets you know how low the bar has been set by Knicks fans, right? If now listen, is Quentin Grimes going to be a 17 point per game scorer someday? Possibly. And I can't wait. And I hope it's here with the Knicks. But at this very moment, Mitchell Robinson is a 4th year player that we're still looking at as a prospect. R.J. Barrett is a third-year player that has had marginal gains in his development. In my opinion, D Poetic is right. Now, do I want to keep saying this over and over and over again? No. But
I know you hate it.
I want to agree with Josh. I want
D
to
is
agree
right.
with Josh. You know what I'm saying? I want to agree with Josh. But based on what D said, man, I got to say the more reasonable argument right now is what D Poetic is saying.
Well, but Freezy, you know what? While I agree, I'm in agreement with actually some of what Josh is saying and some of what D is saying. I agree on both sides. But my whole thing is part of the issue with our development is what has happened, up until now. But I don't think our development staff is the same same people entirely that it was 4 years ago. So maybe the guys that we have now just haven't had enough time to develop some of these players. For example, when we were talking about on Blorange Tears the other day, we were talking about Mitchell Robinson and how in the offseason, when it's the best time to develop this guy, he's been hurt in recent times with the new development staff that we have. Because I would say that in the past 2 years, our development staff is a little different. So that plays into it when I think about how we develop certain players. But I agree, you're right, that definitely we haven't developed our talent in the best ways up until now.
Can I say something?
I just want to let Chuck
go. I think both of you have great points, D and Josh. But what if we're drafting the wrong players? Because sometimes what we see in college is only what the college coach is required you to do. So if he wants you to shoot, you're going to be a shooter. If I can't get me a point guard and you are a shooter, you're going to play point guard. So when you come into the league, they're trying to develop a skill that you've never really possessed in the first place. Bam Adebayo, Coach Cal was not asking him to do any of those things down there in Kentucky. That's a fact.
Yeah.
But he could have always possessed those skills. But the coach is like, nah. We don't need you to do that. Just rebound and kick out
and dunk.
And
dunk. That's where he get the nickname Bam from. Because Cal was like, yo, all we want you to do is offensive rebound and dunk.
And so a lot of his game could have been suppressed, and Miami was able to unpack it. And now it seems like they developed him into something, greater than what he came into the league as. And the truth be told, that was already in his knapsack. Whereas we draft guys that are already at their ceiling. And we think that we can build more out of them, but they don't got it. They don't have that in their knapsack. This is all that they have. So it could be both in a combination of things. It won't be just one thing. Oh, well, we just have the better developmental staff, and they don't. It could be the players. It could be the players, like Uncle Freezy was just saying, we're raving about Quentin Grimes, and he don't even average 10 points. And what we see from him now, like, oh man, with the right development, he can get better. But what if that's all he has? Then what? Our developmental staff in 4 years is bad because that's all Quentin Grimes was. The player that RJ Barrett is, we're hoping that he gets better. We're hoping that he ascends to something else. But what if that's all he is right now? Does that make our developmental staff bad, or is that our scouting?
Scouting.
Can I
Sure.
I just want to ask a question. How do you quantify development?
Okay, so if I have a point guard that comes into the league only able to go to his right, I'm developing him to go to his left and finish with his left. So at the end of the season, if he's not finishing with his left, I haven't developed him enough. I haven't worked with him enough.
So, but that's my point. So development is not a quantitative thing. It's not a quantitative thing, right? It's quality, right? It's quality, right? It's not quantitative. So you can't put numbers on it. So when you say Quentin Grimes doesn't average over 10 points, to me, that's ridiculous because you can still develop no matter what stat you're putting down, to me, right? I think too often what we do, right, as Knicks fans, is we look at other organizations and other franchises, and we say that just because their organization has, players that are better, right, because of their numbers that they're putting up, right, that we are not developing. I think development is subjective. Every team has a different development structure. Every player has a development structure. It's not a linear thing, right? So when I hear things like the Knicks don't have a good development staff or they have not been developing their guys, to me, that doesn't make sense because everyone develops in different ways. Now, if you want to say, and to Chuck's point, if you want to say that, well, maybe the guy that we got, maybe that's all he's going to be, then I do agree that that's a drafting and a scouting issue. Right. But to me, I like everything the Knicks are doing as far as their development right now. Just because we're not seeing these guys on the floor does not mean they're not developing. I think from year 1 to year 3, RJ Barrett has developed a lot, not just with his game on the floor, but his mentality has changed. I think that's a part of development as well. I think Mitchell Robinson, same with him. People were calling him immature when he came out, right? No real coaching to speak of. Got to the Knicks, got to the NBA, and now he actually has a little bit of a game.
I think you work for the Knicks front office.
And I think Mitchell Robinson, and I think Mitchell Robinson is going to get paid because of that. He's about to get paid. I'm sorry to tell you, he's not just someone that's a young, I forgot the term he used, Freezy, like a young prospect or whatever. Mitchell Robinson is about to get paid. Big bucks, right? So, again, this whole notion, I understand that, we're not the Miami Heat, right? Before this regime came in, I think there was an issue with development. Absolutely, no question about that, right? But I think now it's a little bit different. I've seen changes from year 1 to year 2 to year 3 for a lot of the Knicks young guys, and I think Grimes is going to continue to get better, as well with his development. And that's why I'm saying you can't quantify it. It's more of a quality thing. And it's
let me say this. Let's stay on Miami. We talked about Bam, but they also had somebody before Bam. Oh man, I just slipped my head. Justice
Winslow?
No, not Justice Winslow.
Quentin Richardson,
the center.
Richardson. Wow.
Oh, Hassan Whiteside.
Hassan
Whiteside. Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
What happened with the development staff over there at Miami with him? Because see, now it comes down to what type of player you are. Because they were able to develop Bam, but we still seeing Hassan Whiteside bounce from team to team to team and get picked up and all this kind of stuff. So that's what I'm saying. Like when it comes to development, it may not happen in 4 years. Everybody develops at a different time. There's some babies that walk in 8 months, but then some of them don't walk until they're a year old. It's just development. It's just development and how long you're going to be able to develop that person. But at the same time, if they're only going to be able to give you but this much, you can't expect development to build that up when that's all they have. If all I have is the game that you see right now, it doesn't matter how many coaches you put me around, how many drills I run, I'm only going to be able to give you this because this is all I have. And so now I would say you have to look at scouting. Scouting, okay, what's this guy's floor and what's his ceiling? Oh, so what we're seeing right now, everyone thinks is the floor, is actually the guy's ceiling. So the Knicks, we don't know yet. It's concerning when you talk about some of these guys that we're supposed to build around, and it looks like RJ shouldn't be taking this long. Not with his upbringing, not with all of the basketball that he has played up until this point, and
his pedigree,
right? His pedigree, and not for nothing, it's unfair, but his draft status. He was the 3rd overall pick, and the things that he's still lacking, you would expect from a 2nd round pick. You expect for a 2nd round pick maybe not to be able to use his opposite hand or have a step back or a secondary
or finish at the rim.
But this is
or be a guard and can't shoot free throws.
Right.
Right.
See, Chuck, I was going to say real quick, just real quick, that when you mentioned about like the scouts, right, and stuff like that, even if you have like a bad scouting department, right, also keep in mind this, right, there are thousands of players that play Division I basketball, right, and only 1%, less than 1% of them make it to the draft. There's thousands of players playing overseas, and only 1% of them make it to the draft, right? And this NBA only consists of like 400 and some odd players. So I say that to say this: even if your scouting department is bad and they don't get the right guys to fit, these guys still have the talent to play inside the league because they are involved in a very small. They're very small in a very large pool that are playing professional basketball, and that's why development is so important. Look, even your best guys that you could think of, like Giannis, it took him 3 or 4 years.
Yeah.
Kobe, it took a couple of years.
Yep.
Right? Tracy McGrady, it took a couple of years.
Cam Reddish.
We're not gonna start that right now. But the point being is that even your best players, it takes a little bit, and there has to be a matriculation process. It just doesn't come out of nowhere. There are guys over. It could be his own team. It could be the organization. It could be the coaching staff. It could be these guys are all together and invested in. I know Giannis could be a good player, and this is how I can help him. And then Giannis says, "I know I could be a good player. This is how I can help myself." You see. So it's a hand-to-hand thing, Chuck. So no matter whether your scouting department bad or not, you still have a pool of 60 guys that can play in the NBA. And at that point, it's up to the organization and the staff and the player in order to develop to be the best versions of themselves.
Right. So can I just say something just real quick?
You go ahead.
So for one, D used the wrong thing. It's not hand to hand. It's hand to mouth. Right. I just want to pick it because his whole thing was great. I just want to be a part of what he said, right? No, but what Josh said though, what Josh said something that I would agree with if the Knicks were a regular franchise, right? He mentioned that the Knicks look outside to what everybody else is doing to find measures of success.
Knicks fans.
Right, Knicks fans. Right. What I'm gonna say is this. The Knicks have not been the model of success. So looking internally to me is a flawed strategy if you're a Knicks fan. If I'm a Knicks fan, of course I'm gonna look to the Golden State Warriors, right? Of course I'm gonna look to the San Antonio Spurs. Of course I'm gonna look to the Miami Heat. Of course, I'm going to look to the Boston Celtics and franchises that are successful because over the course of our history, we are the example of doing things backwards. That's all I want to say is that like we can't look internally because we have never had a stretch of 10 plus seasons of championship level success. And even if you say the 90s or the early 70s, that is not, you don't want to look to that. What you want to look to is a sustained level of success, rotating players into your franchise and maintaining that high level of success. Because what the Knicks did, the Knicks got lucky on Pat Ewing and got a window, right? But when Pat Ewing was gone, that level of success dipped and went totally away. That means that player carried us to those championship aspirations. The franchise didn't, right? Mm-hmm. But is there a stretch of time where the Knicks rotated players in and out? And I'm not saying every year, but I'm saying like every 4, 5, 6, 7 years, you brought in a new star and you maintained that level of success. Well, the Spurs did it. The Spurs did it with David Robinson and Tim Duncan and Kawhi Leonard, right? Have the Knicks done that? No, right? And that's where I think our scouting has to be paramount, closely followed by development. And I know D Poetic disagrees with me on it because he feels like there's a bunch of talented players out there, and I agree with that. Right? I agree with that. I don't think there's a flaw in that strategy. What I think though is that the Knicks are not the average NBA franchise, right? Mm-hmm. We're not the average NBA franchise, bro. We have to look at it as if everything is to the extreme with us, and it is, right? Because think about this: our best player has had a bad stretch of 50 games, and our fan base want to trade him, right? And in other places, they would be more patient with their best player. But anyway, hey Ron, I'm gonna grab some lunch. I'll be right back, bro.
Enjoy. Where's our lunch?
Yeah. Hey, I got steak and eggs.
Nice.
Oh, again. Oh, wee. Oh
Yeah.
man, that sounds good, brother. Enjoy that. Yeah, we'll see.
It made me hungry. It made me hungry. I don't even eat beef, but
and for those watching, subscribe to the channel. We want to at least get to 500 subscribers before we get out of here.
Yeah, man. That sounds great. Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you. So before I get my man G-Man in here, What I wanted to say real quick, and Chuck, you're definitely correct in what you're saying about the development of certain other guys. Although I will say, in reference to a guy like Hassan Whiteside, and I'm bringing him up because he's a microcosm of similar guys like that. The problem with Hassan Whiteside is Miami decided to change a little bit of the direction of how they played basketball. And Hassan Whiteside is a dinosaur in the league. He's a slow-footed big who has a really good skill set, but he just can't get up and down the court. He was always trailing behind them when they were moving with the team going up and down, and they just realized that he didn't necessarily fit them. And then the problem was around that same time, it's like back in the day when there was gangster rap. I'm sorry, when not gangster, when there was fun rap, like Kid and Play and everything, and then gangster rap took over everything and knocked Kid and Play out. All those rappers couldn't really do anything anymore. For whatever reason, there was a point where the traditional big was no longer needed. You needed that stretch big who can get up and down the court. So guys like Whiteside, guys like Okafor were no longer valuable. So that's unfortunately. Khalil.
Omeka.
Omeka. I meant to say Omeka. Omeka. Wait, is that the one from Duke? No. The Duke.
Jaleel
Okafor. That's the Hill. Yeah.
Jaleel.
One that be fighting everybody. Yeah.
Right. Jaleel. Yeah. So I think that hurt Whiteside a lot too. But you're right. Maybe if his development, if he could have been able to stretch the floor more, it would have helped. But he still would have been a slow-footed dinosaur type big. That just in today's NBA, it's tough. It's tough to find those guys.
But take a look at someone like the Lopez brothers. They're not the fastest, but
they're a throwback. You're right.
They have the skill set that translates into this NBA. Because during the playoffs, let's not be, let's keep it real. The game slows down.
Yeah,
and those guys play back to the basket.
Absolutely.
So why wasn't Miami able to develop a jump shot with him, or some type of offense with him that he would translate into this new NBA? Maybe it's only because I'm just saying maybe this is me. I don't have any direct knowledge. I'm just speaking hypothetically. Maybe he's just not that player. Maybe what he brings to the table is all he has, and they couldn't develop any more out of him. That's it.
Right. And that happens. And that's why it's important to build them the best you can. So then if you do ship them, you're getting something back in return. And then you continue moving forward.
Right.
And correct me if I'm wrong, is the other Lopez, Robin, the one that we had on the Knicks, is he with Portland right now?
Not sure what Robin is.
Yeah, because I thought he was with Portland. I could be wrong. I don't remember where he is. But with Brooke actually developed and worked on his game, and now he's a stretch big that can shoot that three, and has been very big and instrumental, and part of the reason why Milwaukee was able to win the championship, because that definitely helped their team. Now with Robin, I think it's more of a, there's a loyalty factor there with Robin. He's a really good guy.
He's with Orlando, by the way, Ron. Sorry.
Orlando, okay.
Yeah.
And so he's on a team where at the moment, since Orlando's rebuilding, it doesn't hurt to have him there. I just think that, you're right, Chuck. Those guys are still part of they're like the last of the Mohicans. And it's sad to say, but that's what's going on in the league. We see how it's changing. I mean, guys don't even feel comfortable working on a 2-point 18, 20-footer. Like, they're all concerned with shooting threes. Like, the NBA is definitely changing, and I don't know if it's changing for the better or the worse, but I hear you. Let me just get my man. He's been patiently waiting. I had him backstage. I wanted to bring him in, but I wanted to make sure that I acknowledged him the right way. So thank you to Sergeant Knicks, a.k.a. G-Man, in the building. He's been chomping at the bit. I seen him in the chat. He said he had some things. He was coming in hot. So what's going on, G-Man?
So first and foremost, thank you for having me. I appreciate the opportunity to be here on the panel. Salute to the chat. If you have not already liked what you're seeing right here, please do so. Subscribe to the channel, and just do what you need to do as Knicks fans or people that appreciate the content that you're being provided. Now, having getting all the niceties out of the way, this is what I'm going to say, Ron. This is what when I say I'm coming in hot because of this right here. We talk about the development, right? So no one can outline for me right now who the developmental staff is for the New York Knicks. I can go out and look and search to D's point. I can do that. But if it was that big of a deal, we would know who the developmental staff is right now. And what are they developing? Who are they developing? You know what I'm saying? So it's very easy for RJ Barrett to come out and have a couple of consecutive games and being prolific in those games. And then the credit being given to a ghost developmental staff that we still don't know who it is, right? It's very easy for us to say. So this is how I'm around. I'm not going to be long-winded today because I typically am, but I'm not today. I'm taking a new approach. This is the deal right here. Developmental staff. Who are they? First of all, who is the developmental staff and who are they developing?
I know Allen Houston's a part of the developmental staff. He's the GM of the G League team, which is the main developmental aspect of the organization.
Okay, so how involved is Allen Houston with the players on a day-to-day basis? Tell me that.
We don't know. We have no idea.
Exactly. That's my point, Josh. That's my point. We sit up here and say, I want you to be able to dissect and separate when we say developmental staff. Allen Houston is on the panel. So if I'm running a Fortune 500 company and the CEO is the CEO, but we never see him, but that's the person that gets the props, the people that's on the downstream have no input. But these are the people that's doing the work day to day. These are the people that's doing the work day to day, Josh. Who are the coaches on the court with these players, practice in and practice out, developing their skill set? Tell me that.
We have absolutely no idea, but I'm trying to figure out what point you're trying to make here, because with no organization, you can pinpoint those people. No other organization, like, who's the person that's working with them on the court day in and day out. We don't know that. We're just fans. We're just fans. We're not privy to that information. We don't know that.
This is where we make our points. So you can't have it both ways. If you don't know, but you're using that as a fact to make your point, how is that fair?
I didn't bring up anything about the developmental staff. I didn't bring up about none of that.
Josh. I'm not saying you did. The only thing I'm saying is this. When we make our points and we throw up things as developmental staff, understand first and foremost who and what that is. We don't know.
I didn't say anything about. I don't think anybody here mentioned anything about developmental staff. We were talking about development as a whole. And when I say this, you can't quantify that. There's no way for you to quantify it. Like, as Knicks fans, we look at other organizations and what other organizations is doing, like Freezy mentioned, because they're winning, because of what have you, and we try to look at that as the model. Like, we should be that other team, but like Chuck said, development is not a linear process. Everybody's development is different. Every team's development is different. Everybody's is different. So again, like, we don't know who the developmental staff is for any team in the NBA. I just know that Allen Houston happens to be the G League general manager, which is the biggest part of development for the organization in the NBA. So that's all I know. But no one knows who's the development. No one knows who developed Nikola Jokic or Bam Adebayo specifically in the Heat organization. No one knows that.
But we know that we assume that there is a staff of coaches to be able to do that.
Right, you would have to. Yeah. With any team, though, that's with any team.
I mean, it's one for it. So the teams that you just named, how impactful are those teams? And when we have conversations about those teams, do we discuss development?
Well, D is the one that brought up Miami. He used Miami as his example. And what I'm saying is specifically for Miami, we don't know who's the people that are developing their thing. Like, we look at Miami as the model of consistency, as good development because of what they do on the floor and the consistency that they've had at the top for years. They've only had one general manager for the past, 25 years? Right? Yeah. So we look at Miami as that consistency, but as far as the rest of the tree, we don't know who's the ins and outs running the Miami Heat, like development staff, the scouting department. We don't know that. Half of us don't even know who runs it on the Knicks. We don't know who the Knicks director of pro scouting is. Like, I think college scouting is a parent, right? But like, I mean, I just don't understand what your argument is here, G-Man. I really don't.
But my argument is this,
G-Man, can I help you? I think what you're trying to say is that how can we one way or another determine what the developmental staff is doing from team to team if we don't even know the names of these guys and what they do from a day to day? I think that's where you're trying to get at.
Yes.
Okay, all right. So I got you. Okay, so if that's the case, then how can you judge whether Miami Heat is doing, you know, great things with their developmental department compared to us? If you want to look at it that way, we don't know who Miami's people are.
I mean, that could go for any team. Yeah, that could be for the Knicks. That could be for anybody.
I'm with you, D. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm trying to figure out where we're going here. Just because we don't know their names, all of a sudden, like,
no, Josh, that's not the point. The point is this. The point is when we talk about these players that's within the New York Knicks organization, we tend to give them alibis and things to say, well, just give them time to do this and that. And we typically divert that back to development, right? So when we talk about a Mitchell Robinson, when we talk about his ability to be able to, and Mitch has said this out of his mouth when he's talking about his conditioning. So Mitch has been in the league for how long now?
His 4th year.
Okay, but we're still having what did I just say?
Development. We'll still have questions about his development.
Not development. We're still talking about conditioning with Mitch. 4 years in. 4 years in. We are still having
problems, conditioning.
Conditioning problems. So I bring up the development staff because when you talk about conditioning with Mitch, is that not a part of development?
It is.
This is my reason for bringing that whole thing up because Mitch himself said, my conditioning is still day to day. 4 years in, my conditioning is still day to day.
That's bad.
Mitch said, G-Man didn't say this. I'm telling you what Mitch said. Mitch said this.
But so I don't understand your point. Are you suggesting that the Knicks, because Mitchell Robinson needs to work on his conditioning more, that the Knicks have an issue with development because we're still talking about something that's been a 4-year thing with Mitchell Robinson? Is that what you're saying?
No, Josh, that's not what
I'm asking. I'm really trying to figure out where you're going with this.
Where I'm going with this is as we bring these points to the forefront and we say the things that we equate to why a player is not as proficient as he could be day in, day out, and being that consistent, paralysis for the Knicks. We tend to say, well, coaches didn't do this, the front office didn't do that, or whatever the case may be.
Okay.
My point is this: when a player who is considered to be one of your perennial players in the organization is Mitchell Robinson not that? Before I continue, do we agree that he could be one of the perennial players in this organization? Before I continue,
I don't.
Yes. Yeah. No. If we're talking about Mitch, yeah, he can.
Yeah, Mitch Robinson.
Yeah.
Josh.
What do you mean, like him being here long term is what you're asking? I don't know. I don't kind of figure out the context on what you're trying to.
Perennial player, Josh. Perennial player in the organization right now. That's what I'm asking.
I don't know. I don't know how to answer that.
So can Mitchell Robinson turn into a star player for our New York Knicks?
I don't know.
He's definitely done a lot of things correctly this year because you got to understand his ball usage. Our bigs ball usage as a whole is the lowest in the league amongst that trio. So the bigs don't get the ball a lot, and Mitchell Robinson gets a lot of his points off offensive rebounds. That's where he gets to the free throw line and stuff like that because we just simply don't look for him. So I think considering the fact that he's used so limitedly and he's been able to take advantage of that and become the player that he's becoming this season so far, that's a lot of kudos to Mitchell Robinson.
So he has developed it.
He was doing, my point is that he was doing the same thing before. It's just that he's taking more advantage of it now because the opportunities have presented themselves more abundantly as his playing time has increased a bit and him started. Because don't forget, he was playing almost like this last season as well, but he came out with the injury and then we missed him for the 3/4 of the season.
And now the Knicks are giving now he has more opportunities. The Knicks are giving him more opportunities. So the Knicks are
Well, no. Mitch is giving himself more opportunities because he ain't getting the ball. Right. He's getting himself off offensive rebounds. If you look at the stats, you see that about 70 to 75% of his shot attempts is because of offensive rebounds.
I know that. You don't have to tell me the numbers. I know that. But you mentioned the fact what the Knicks are doing. The Knicks, they're giving him
no, Josh, you want that to be the fact. What I'm saying is that Mitch is just taking advantage of an opportunity.
Okay, so the Knicks provided him that opportunity.
Jesus, well, I mean, obviously they're paying him because he's on the team.
Oh, okay.
But I'm saying what he's doing is not a blueprint like Mitch. We're going to turn you into an all-star player by doing these things. That's not how it went down. Mitch is just dealing with the cards are dealt, and Mitch is like, okay, this is the way I could be effective on this team.
Okay.
So Mitch is going ahead, and that's why you see him box it out, and that's why you see him grabbing mad offensive rebounds, and he's getting to the free throw line more because he's understanding this is what I have to do in order to get the basketball. Let me ask you a question, Josh. Do you think that Mitch should be getting the ball more than having a ball usage of 10?
No.
Wow.
No,
wow.
Would you like me to explain to you why?
Wow.
No, go ahead, G. Go ahead, G, man. I'm sorry. I didn't cut you off.
Go ahead,
I didn't cut you off.
Make your point. I'm patient. Go ahead, make your point. Go ahead.
No. He asked me a question. Do I think Mitchell Robinson should be getting the ball more? My answer is no, because Mitchell Robinson, himself, he's still very raw with his offensive game, right? I think he's very raw with that part of it. And I don't think if you give the ball to Mitchell Robinson to have him go to work, I don't think he's ready for that yet. I think he's still a learning curve with that.
So let me ask you a question real quick, right? So he just said that Mitchell Robinson is in year 4.
Mm-hmm.
And he still can't, according to you, of course, he still can't get the ball more than 10% on ball usage because he's still raw and he can't do these things. If that's not a testament to development between Mitchell Robinson and the organization, then I don't know what is, bro.
Well, who says you stop developing at year 4 or year 3 or year 5 or year 7 or year 8?
That's not my point. My point is that you're not promised tomorrow. My point is that you're not promised. I mean, Josh, you want to know, but then you're hearing with your mouth and not with your ears. You want to know, right? What I'm saying is that if Mitchell Robinson's been here for 4 years, and I know we're not promised tomorrow, you damn right. If I'm on that staff, I'm at least going to give the boy a hook shot over the summer. I'm going to at least improve his face-up game a bit so then he can make a move with one dribble to the basket.
How do you know that's never going to happen? How do you know that's never going to happen?
It's not about it never going. Hold on 1 second, D. Hold on 1 second, D.
I don't understand where we're going at with all of this. Like, okay, yeah, he hasn't developed it yet, but if he won't develop it in the future because it's year 4, he should have had it already. Every player is different. Every player is different when it comes to learning things and the learning aspect. I mean, I just don't understand.
Yeah, of course it is, but you still have to make ways to that.
And he hasn't? And you saying that he hasn't?
What Mitchell Robinson is doing his rookie season is the same thing he's doing now, for the exception of the personal fouls. That's a fact.
Well, here's the thing that
you want to know Mitchell Robinson in his first 2 years with the Knicks? Would you like to know him?
I didn't hear you. Say what?
Would you like to know Mitchell Robinson's BPM for the first 2 years of his career?
It's BPM?
Yeah, you know what BPM is?
I don't.
Okay, BPM. No, that's music. We're talking about basketball. Okay. What BPM is that it all indicates, right? It makes it so some math geniuses got together, right? And they said, let's make an algorithm. Let's make an algorithm and put it to numbers of how productive an individual player is, right? So they take everything that they do on offense and they take everything that they do on defense, right? And they put all that together and they get points for that, right? And they come up with a BPM, right? So this determines what the player is doing on the court per possession, right? So I just find it very odd that like you have such an introspective to these players, but yet you're not even into the advanced stats.
Because so that kind of tells us because the advanced stats and development is not quantitative. That's the point I'm trying to make to you. What? Development is not about the stat. Development is not just about the stats. Development is more than that. Development is qualitative.
Josh, I think this conversation is too big for you, but I'll be quick though.
Okay, now you're disrespecting me. Okay.
I'm just saying because you're not getting the points. So
okay, all right.
His BPM, right? So overall, what he did offensively and defensively was a 2.5 and a 2.9 in his career, right? And also his usage was higher as well in those years as well. So that goes to show you that when his ball usage is higher, he tends to produce a lot more. So this year he's at his all-time low of ball usage, and his BPM has gone down to a 1.5, which is almost a 1.5 difference. That's a big drop considering that he doesn't get the ball a lot. So when you put all these worlds together and stuff like that, it starts to tell you a story. So what I'm saying is that if you give Mitchell Robinson the basketball more, Mitchell Robinson will do more things for you. You see? So the fact that that's not happening is very alarming. It's very alarming on the developmental part, because if he was truly developing within the organization, if Mitchell Robinson was doing a better job of developing himself, right, you would see it on the court, but you don't. You see the same thing that you saw from year one to now what you have. It's just that he's just gotten better at the things that he was already good at, which is being around the rim, which is offensive rebounding, which is being a paint presence. You see? But it's all right, bro.
Well, I
sorry,
just wanted to jump. No, it's cool. I just wanted to jump in and say that, you know, another issue that you find with a team that is trying to develop certain players, and specifically with this Knicks team, we've already witnessed it, is it's much harder to develop a player when you can't get that player on the court. Okay, you can work on a whole bunch of things in practice and in the offseason, and if you don't get the right type of playing time in NBA speed on the basketball court, it does hurt some of that development. Because and the other thing is also, when you're put in a situation to play a certain way, some of the things that you may have worked on in the offseason with the development coach or whatever, you may not be able to even show, because you're so focused on doing what is needed at the time, and you can't expand on your game, which is what I think has been happening with Mitch. However, this year we have seen that at certain points, Mitch is able to do certain things. Like we've seen him grab a rebound, pull the ball out, getting ready to pass it off, and he says, no, you know what? Let me just turn around and take it right back up to the rim. So there's been points where Mitch has taken upon himself to do certain things, and I think the longer he plays and the more he's continuing to do these things, we're going to see more from him. We're going to see little bits and pieces of his game that he's worked on. But yeah, other guys just haven't been on the court either, so we don't even know what they're working on. We don't know how good Deuce McBride can be because of the fact that when he's out there, he's in limited minutes and he's usually in garbage time. And of course, when he was out there, because we had COVID protocols, he did pretty good when he was thrust into the starting role. We saw some bad, instances as well, but that's going to happen because we know he's not ready for that role. But the point is just to see what he can do if he's given the opportunity to kind of orchestrate the offense. And I think Tibbs has a lot to do with maybe not helping to develop certain guys while they're on the court. Do I think Tibbs helps them as far as what they can do in practice, how they can be better put in positions to help the team? Yeah, sure. I'm sure he talks to these guys on the side, tells them things that he thinks they should work on. But it's as far as seeing what they can actually provide on the court when it's time to play basketball, sometimes I think he's a little too rigid in his way, so we don't get to see a lot of that. But that's my opinion with regards to development. I think even with stuff that some of these guys work on, we don't even get to see it. Mitch has been working on dribble, crossovers, jump shots. I see him shooting threes from the corner. They worked with Noel this offseason and said, well, we're going to give Noel the opportunity to maybe shoot a three in the corner if it presents itself to help space the floor. And that's what Noel said. Mitch has been the one that I've seen in the offseason working on a three-point shot. I seen him knock down like 4 or 5 in a row. So he's been working. We have never seen Mitch attempt a three. Maybe he did in his first season, maybe when things were loosey-goosey. I haven't seen it since. So it's certain things that I don't know why they hold Mitch back. To me, Mitch doesn't kill you. Mitch does enough on the court that if he takes a bad shot, we can live with it. He does more on the court that'll make up for that. He'll get a block. He'll get an offensive rebound. He'll give us more possessions. So I'm just saying there's certain things that Tibbs doesn't allow to happen that maybe he should and would help the development of certain players. Josh?
Yeah. So I guess this notion of the Knicks not being able to.
Oh wait, I'm sorry, Josh. I didn't mean to cut you off. I think Karen was saying something, but she was very low.
Yeah, go ahead, Karen.
Yeah, great show, but I need to leave.
Oh, no problem, Karen. Thank you for coming on. We appreciate hearing your voice and always supporting us, as well as the other shows like on the Blorange Tears Network. Thank you, Karen.
You're welcome. Have a good day, guys.
You as well.
All
Thank
right,
you.
you too. Take care.
Take care, Cam.
Go ahead, Josh. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you know, these numbers, this BPM stat and all this other stuff. Again, you can't quantify development. I think every player has a different developmental curve. I think just because someone's shooting numbers are down doesn't mean that they haven't developed. I think just because someone's rebounding numbers are down does not mean they haven't developed. There's different parts of development. And again, I'll finish my point with this whole development thing with this. Like, I think, you know, the kids are developing. I like what the Knicks are doing with their kids and how they're going to be able to move them with the future. I think Tibbs has an underrated record of developing players. His time in Chicago, his time in Minnesota. I think a lot of times we look at these players because they're not playing on the floor and we're saying that they're not developing, but I just disagree with that. I think we are developing our kids. Maybe it's not the way that you want them to develop, but I think they are developing nonetheless.
Okay.
No problem.
All right.
Hey,
I mean,
Ron.
yeah.
It's these players too. You can be developing is how much do they want it? How much are they working at it? How much time are they putting on the court to get better at it? You could teach somebody something, but if you're not going to try hard at it, you're not going to get better. These guys, you don't know, they're not how many hours are in the practicing, how much they're playing, you know, how much they want it. They got to want it and get better at it. You know,
no, that's true too.
You can't blame the staff. They could be teaching the right way. They're not getting it. It's not clicking. You know.
That's a good point. And sometimes to your point, Danny, sometimes when you work on things in practice and off-season stuff, when you actually get on the basketball court, it's a lot harder to implement it. You know, you're like a deer in headlights, so you're just trying to fit in and do certain things. Sometimes, you know, that could happen. Depends on the player.
It's how much you want it. How much you like. If you don't have a left, you should be working at it on your free time to get better at it. Not just when you're in training camp or just practicing with the team. When you're off, you should be practicing it. You got to want that, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Just like me, when I was shooting threes, I was bad at it for a while, and I kept practicing by myself over and over. Me and my friend, he kept shooting threes back and forth, until you get better. You got to want it.
Right.
You know?
Right. Well, I think that's a good point. You do have to, you know, as the player, you know, you have to, there's a certain thing. I had a conversation a long time ago, you know, with the coach who talked to me about, you know, star players and the difference between them and your average player. And it's just that he basically said that they're animals, you know, they're monsters. The way they think about things, they're just different humans. Like they eat, sleep, drink basketball, and the way they see the game, what they value, their value system is totally different. Like they're incredible and they have uber focus and you know they want everything so much more than like the average player that it's hard to quantify because you just have it in you. It's an innate thing, and so that's what makes some of these players really great.
Ron, what you say? Say that again. Say that. What you said again?
What I was saying is like what the coach was telling me is that some of these players have this innate sense in them. There's a certain way that they carry themselves, the way they see the game. They just have this innate thing. It's like a hunger, a fire that makes them look at the game differently. They play at such a different level.
And it's hard to what? You said it's hard to do what?
I see what you did there, Josh. It's hard. It's hard. I was saying it's hard to quantify.
I promise you this: when Mitchell Robinson gets paid, I bet no one's going to put up a stat about his BPM. No one's going to look at his BPM.
My support of Mitchell Robinson is that he actually should be paid 5 years, $90 million.
Okay,
yeah.
Just so you know.
But,
I wonder why.
You wasn't
saying that in year one, even though he was doing some of the same things, right?
You didn't even know me in year one.
I'm asking.
Dude, I thought Mitch was going to be a freak of this week for many years, ever since I laid eyes on him.
You would have paid him. You would have paid him 5 years, $90 million in year one.
No, I'm saying after this year and how he's gotten better throughout the years and improved in the areas he was already good at, he's one of the few setters in the league that could provide you what he can, and his potential is so untapped because a lot of it hasn't really been worked on.
So let me ask you another question.
So that's scary freakish for me.
Let me ask you another question. So you said he was already good in a lot of these areas and he's gotten better. So is that development?
Oh my God. I already told you that's improvement.
Oh, okay.
Because he was already good at it.
Okay.
Yep.
Oh boy.
So he's now elite?
Listen, let me ask you. let me ask you guys something else, because I think we've beat the development thing in the head for a minute, and there's still a lot more to talk about with regards to development with this Knicks team, because regardless of what side you're on, there's still issues. The development is not where it needs to be for certain players, and then there's points where the development is starting to work. We're starting to see the fruits of I mean, because let's just, for example, with the way RJ's playing this year, we haven't seen him do certain things like this in the past, and I think that has to be with the, you know, some of the things he has worked on has improved on. So there's certain good things about it, but we're not there yet. And as a whole, I think there's some issues with our development staff. But what I wanted to talk about is, what if there's a situation where, you know, we don't make a sexy trade? What if the Knicks just make a trade just to move a piece off of the board that they feel is no longer working, and it may not be the what the fans want as, hey, this is the player that's going to turn us into the much better team. We're just kind of switching out people. And I say that because, well, first off, let me put this poll up in the chat. I just put, this is really going back to what I said earlier, and it's basically, are you guys okay with having a team with Fox, Westbrook, RJ, Obi, Mitch, Cam, Grimes, Rose, Quickly, Taj, Deuce, and Sims? Now, I would have added other people like Lucas Samanik and things of that nature to fill out the roster, but unfortunately, you know, YouTube doesn't allow you to go past 100 characters, so I stopped there. Okay, guys. So I'm not saying that's the whole. We would add a couple more pieces too. So that's what it is. So I'm gonna put that in the community. And you know, what do you guys think? Yes or no? Would you be okay with something like that? I understand how people feel about Westbrook, but I'm just saying, if this is a hypothetical, and if this is all you could get at this moment, how would you feel about it? So now, that being said, what do you guys think? What do you guys think about possibly Julius being traded straight up or in some type of capacity for Jeremy Grant? I know Jeremy Grant is a good player. He's got some good attributes to his game. I don't know necessarily the fit that he would you know, be for the Knicks. I don't know if it works out, but he's somebody on the radar. I've heard him around Knicks chatter. That's somebody that I guess the organization has looked at for quite some time. What do you think about say Julius Randle for Jeremy Grant? I'll start with you, Danny.
I haven't heard that. That's a new rumor. Or that's just like a.
It's been around for a minute, but I saw something today about it again.
I haven't seen like enough of Jeremy Grant, really, to be honest. But I don't know if that's like equal. Maybe they'd have to throw in somebody else. I don't think both of them swap is enough. Maybe Randle's probably a little bit better than Grant, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, I will tell you right now, Jeremy Grant is averaging 19.6 points, 4.6 rebounds, and 2.5 assists. He's shooting 46.9% from. I'm sorry. He's shooting 41% from the field goal. And he's shooting 34% from three. And he's shooting 84% from the free throw line.
Yeah. He's also at 4.5 rebounds, about 2.5 assists, and 2.1 turnovers as well.
Yeah.
And a steal. My fault. And a steal.
And what's Randle's average?
19? So 19.6, 14. Oh, no, hold on one second, Julius. Julius is averaging 18 points, 18.5 points, 9.9 rebounds, 5.1 assists. So for those of you that hate on Julius Randle, those numbers they're very good numbers still.
Yeah.
He's shooting 41% from the field, 30% from three, which is a real low for him.
Yeah.
And 75% from the free throw line, which still kind of it's crazy to me that he shoots so poorly from the free throw line when he's not. I think he's a pretty good shooter.
I'm not sure about that straight up trade. That doesn't really. I don't know, Josh. What do you think about that trade?
Randle straight up.
Straight up, no good, right?
I think in the short term, it's not going to be good. Once you take Julius Randle off this team and replace him with someone of equal or lesser value, the team is going to be worse before it gets better.
And what do you think, D?
I'm looking at, he's going to be 28 in March. He was a guy for a lot of years. He was a good two-way, a guy that could provide you some offensive input. But when he came to Detroit, he came with the thing that he was going to learn how to be the guy. His shot volume went up and stuff of that nature. I don't think what I do like would be that, he does provide some defense at that three that would be very serviceable for us, and it's something that we don't have. He is able to put the ball on the floor and get his own shot, stuff of that nature.
What's his BPM?
Yeah, it's not that good. It's 0.5. There's guys that get paid a lot of money for that. There's a lot of smart guys that get paid for that. So I don't know why you keep dissing it like it's something stupid. What do you call that? I like Jeremy, but like I said, and we said this before, Ron, like with Julius Randle, I think it's very important that as an organization, if we do decide to move from him, that we do get a nice juicy piece back for him and possibly, a young player, maybe some capital, stuff like that. We have to maximize on our value. You know what I mean? And it was something that we could have capitalized on last year. But we decided to go forward with it. We decided to give him the contract and stuff of that nature. I still think there's room for us to maximize as much as we can from Julius Randle.
Yes.
Yeah, and one of the things I will say, I'm just throwing this out there. I'm a devil's advocate. I do find more value in the BPM than I do in the normal traditional team plus minus, because the BPM gives you a lot better look at the individual player's actual contribution on the court. Whereas, Fournier could be horrible and still could have a great plus minus if everybody else on the court is doing well and the team is winning, which that's such a flawed stat. I still don't know how any analyst can look at that stat and say that's something you use to quantify how good or bad a basketball team is playing. And even the Knicks on the MSG staff sometimes does that. When I'm watching Wally and Allen, sometimes they point at that. I'm like, what are you doing here? That stat is kind of funky. I don't know. But anyway, I hear you.
Yeah, those are team plus minuses. That's why. That's why.
Like those.
That's why those individual ones are actually more accurate. In assessing the player and stuff like that.
Right. I agree with that, because I was here running with those freaking plus and minuses. And one day, I don't know, they didn't call me out per se, but they mentioned how the plus and minus is looking. And they brought up a player that sucked. And his plus and minus was great. I was like, this is crazy, this stat. So I hear you. I mean, I get it. Jeremy Grant is not the sexiest player. But let me ask you guys in a different way. Forget what Jeremy Grant is. He might be lesser than Julius Randle at this point. And we know that when Julius Randle is right mentally and everything's going good, he's way better than Jeremy Grant. Like those numbers that he has right now are inflated, right? But what if you're the Knicks and you're saying, irregardless of whether or not Julius Randle is the better player, I need to move him off this team right now. Maybe there's some organizational issues where you got to go. Okay, because we don't know what's going on behind the scenes. I'm not saying that's the case, but what if there's a point where they're like, you know what, we could hold on to this and try to make it work, but at this point, this might be the best time to cut ties with Julius. If that was the case and you had to trade him and Jeremy was the guy coming back, would you be okay with it? Is where I'm going. I know he's not better than Julius. I think Julius is better. Right. What do you think about that, Danny, if that's the case?
For Grant?
Yeah.
I'd rather wait and look for something as equal or better. Like D was saying, I don't want to.
Right, you want to get something sexier. I got you.
If it was for his uncle Horace, I mean, was his father Horace Grant, or is it Harvey Grant's dad?
No, Harvey was his dad.
Harvey,
yeah, Harvey was his dad.
Now, if you're trading Randle for Horace Grant, okay, back then, but I'd wait, like D was saying. I would wait.
Josh, you feel the same way?
I think we'll get an extra piece in the deal because I think Randle will make more over the next season. So we'll get an extra piece back. It depends on who that piece is. I mean, if we're looking to offload Randle's contract, I think it's a good move, right? Because Grant is going to be unrestricted at the end of next season. So in that regard, I would do it. But again, I don't think that makes the Knicks, either that much better or if better at all if we just go out and trade Julius Randle for Jeremy Grant. I think there's going to be a learning curve with that by bringing Grant in here. So the only implication for me that makes it make sense for the Knicks is that you get to get out of Randle's contract early, basically, and we get to get a piece out of it, probably an asset or a pick or something like that.
Right.
And
this year. Sorry, go ahead.
That's it.
Okay, I was just going to say this year he's making 20, and next year he's making 21, and then it becomes unrestricted. So
right, and that's where we get our asset out of it, some way somehow. So yeah, I mean, I'm for it, particularly if you look at if Julius Randle's discontent in the locker room. There was that report that was out. So if that's the case, I think it would be smart for the Knicks to go ahead and make the move, despite us not being better on the floor. Perhaps better on the floor if we bring Jeremy Grant in here. So I will be for it if that's the case. But outside of that, I'm not looking for the Knicks to be drastically better with having Grant out there rather than Randle, at least not in the short term.
Well, I agree. I agree with that too. That makes a lot of sense. Now, I know this is not necessarily Nick related, but I touched on it a little bit, and I don't know if I got your take, Danny, or your take, Josh, about this. I think you guys came in right after. How do you feel about the rumors and the high probability that it could take place of Ben Simmons going to the Brooklyn Nets for Harden? Because even though
that trade should have been done. that trade should have been done.
For real.
Long time ago. That makes sense for both sides. I don't know why that hasn't happened. I guess the Brooklyn was trying to double down on the fact that they got Harden. Try to stick with what they got. That's a big PR thing if that doesn't work out. So I think they were doing that, but that trade should have been happening because it makes sense, so much sense for both sides. So,
do you think that Philly might be concerned with the fact that maybe Harden's getting a little bit older and although his production is still great, but it has dropped a bit this year? You think that might be a concern?
No, I think Philly's just playing hardball with Ben Simmons. That's basically what it's all on them at that point. I think that's what that's about.
Danny, what do you think about that?
I agree with Josh. That trade should happen. They're just doing it on purpose to Ben. They want to make him sweat it out. They know he wants out. They want to make him wait, but that trade should happen. Like Dee said, I think Harden's dropped a little bit. I mean, it's still, I wish we had him on New York, but that trade should happen. I don't know what's the holdup. They're just making Mr. Simmons wait on purpose, I think, just to get even with him,
Well, and I'm just throwing some stuff out there because you know what? This may not directly affect our Knicks, but indirectly, the movement around the league obviously allows us to know what type of assets we can acquire, and also, it helps you understand value of other players by seeing what people are talking about and where people could get moved. So, just to touch on a couple things. One, for example, is that apparently Indiana has been in talks with the Cavaliers. Cavaliers are looking to acquire Karis LeVert from the Pacers. And the Pacers, are supposed to play Cleveland tomorrow. So this is interesting. So that's something that could go down. And, the Cavaliers have good assets. They have a young team, which a lot of players have turned out to be pretty good for them. So they can definitely make some moves. I don't know. What do you guys think?
I think Sexton would have to be a part of that.
That's interesting. I think you might be right. What do you guys think about Karis LeVert going to the Cavaliers?
LeVert's nice.
I mean, it depends on what you think about, how he fits in with that team over there. And what Dee said, Sexton probably would be a piece that's coming back. Because they've shown that they can win without Sexton. If anything, not to say that Sexton's a bad player. You guys know how things work in the NBA. Sometimes when you pull a piece out of something, that something turns into something you wasn't expecting. And it looks like since Sexton's been coming out of there, you've got some really good play from Garland. Garland is the man now. He's comfortable, and that team is running. So, what do you think, Josh, about possibly LeVert going to the Cavaliers and maybe Sexton leaving? Because I think Sexton is kind of the odd man out.
Yeah, I agree. I think Sexton is the odd man out. Like you said, these things tend to happen in the NBA where you remove a player and a team either does, still really good or they tend to get better. So I think that, it would make sense for Cleveland to move on from Sexton at this point, see what they can get from him. I think this is the last year of his contract, if I'm not mistaken. I think he's a restricted free agent. If I'm not, mistaken, I gotta look that up.
I got you.
Yeah. So yeah, I think it would make sense for them to move on from Sexton, particularly with the emergence of Garland. And I think it would make sense for them to bring back a player like Karis LeVert, but the trade has to make sense for both sides. I don't know if they're going to take back Sexton in that type of trade, but they still have to pay him the money because his contract is coming to an end.
So he does have the rookie extension eligibility starting next year. He's making $6 this year, and its capacity could be 5 years, 173.
Wow.
Yeah. So,
Whoa.
Quite a decision for whoever has him to make.
That's a tough one. We were already, as Knicks fans and other teams were already talking about, is Sexton worth the money prior to this season? And now coming off of that big injury, I don't know how much that affects him as a player, his value. Maybe not as much because it's not like he was a above the rim high flyer type of player. He can still probably be very adequate at what he does. He can come back and be effective. For example, like people thought Kevin Durant wasn't going to be the same, and Kevin Durant has come back after that injury and has been, he was leading the league in scoring. So, it all depends on the player, I guess. So I don't know, man. That's tough. That's a tough one. I definitely think the Cavaliers don't want to pay him that money at this point when they've learned that they have a really good basketball team without him. So why do that?
Hey Ron, I gotta get out of here. I gotta get out of here, man. Thank you for having me on. I'm about to go eat some grub, do like Freezy and go eat. So y'all take it easy. And good luck with the Knicks tonight. Let's see if we're able to pull it off. So take care.
Yeah. Appreciate that, man. Take care, Josh.
I think so, also too, Indiana's looking for draft capital as well, because they have openly said that they're trying to blow this up and they're trying to start from the get. So, and I think Duarte is a piece that they want to move with. We don't know if Duarte is the piece, right? But it's definitely a young guy that they definitely want to keep around. So I'm not surprised. I would definitely look for them to be hot in this trading deadline and get some capital and get some of these guys off their books.
Yeah, I agree with you. Are you surprised that being that Indiana jumped out the window so long ago and mentioned who they felt was on the market for a trade, that the fact that they've been kind of quiet so far? Because you would think they already would have had a head start with these negotiations and different offers since they put it out so long ago.
No, good point. I think Rick Carlisle has always had like a thing in the league, like as far as like how he manages things and stuff like that. And Indiana's front office has been a little shaky. They've been on and off. So it doesn't surprise me too much. But, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. It's about what you do with it at the right time. And I think Indiana's looking to blow it up. And I think they're trying to start over and look for young assets and try to get some draft capital back in return. So, and I think they're going to be able to do at least half of that by the trading deadline.
Yeah, no, I think I agree with you, because once they're really ready, when they're serious about making a move, they'll be able to unload some of these players. I know that, and I tell you, that's the scenario I didn't throw in there, but that's the one I would. If nothing else happens, and the Knicks just said we got to get rid of Julius, if you tell me I'll trade Julius to the Pacers for Sabonis, I'd be very happy with that. Of course, you'd have to give them a little bit more. We know that Sabonis is a little better player than Julius, right? So,
hey, man, I came out with that trade because I just think Sabonis is a better version of Randle, and he's younger and he's really good with his teammates and stuff like that. But I just don't think that's just me, hypothesizing good scenario for us. But I know Indiana wouldn't be interested in that because they're looking to get younger.
Right. But you know what? You never know. That's where you could get that 3-team trade thing going, where Julius doesn't go to Indiana. He goes somewhere else, and Indiana gets somebody else from that other team, and we're still able to get some bonus. That would be mwah. I take
you might be onto something there, Ron. Yeah, they might. If that's something realistically, they would definitely have to involve a third team. Absolutely.
Right. Yeah. So I want to give a big shout out and salute to my man, host of the NBA One-on-One on the Blorange Tears Network, Mr. Stafford Don.
What's good, Staff?
You're a little low. I can't really hear you that well.
Nope.
Yeah, you're a little low. I don't know. Can you say something or
Microphone check 2 1 2.
Okay, yeah,
all
he
right.
said he's gonna come back. Yeah.
Gotcha. We'll be here. Yeah, so like that's the thing. Like that would be something that I think would benefit the Knicks. Regardless, guys, I still think the best move that the Knicks can do is figuring out a way to unload some of these vet players to free up space. If you're not able to bring in anybody that's substantial and a big benefit to us, we can still work on that in the offseason. But we got to figure out a way to unload some of these vets to free up some roster space, because it's ridiculous to have a guy with Cam's ability on the bench just sitting there like if he can't do anything. That's nuts to me.
That's ridiculous.
I don't get it.
So Ron, if I get this correct, so what you want to get at is that you do want to get rid of the vets, and you're down with the youth movement and these guys playing and stuff of that nature.
Yeah, that's my bag. That's where I'm at. I'm so happy with us going with, because I don't think we're ready to do anything else right now, and I think all that's doing is holding the team back. It's like you're putting something out there, you're getting the fans excited, and then in the end, not only we're not going anywhere, but we're not giving the young guys on the team a chance to really grow and be on the NBA floor learning.
Exactly.
Like that's what I think. You're holding everything back.
Now let me ask you a question. Now, if that's what you want, right, which I agree with, right, would you want Tom to be the coach of this young team at the remainder of the season, and to see where it goes and to see how they develop?
Honestly, like it's tough because I want to say no, because I don't trust that Tom. I don't trust that Tom is gonna do the right thing, because I don't think this is what he wants to do. I think he really wants to get this team built a certain way that we have a chance at being really competitive in the next two years or so. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, because the problem is, who would do that? You don't want to. It's like career suicide. You don't want to give the fans and the media too much information to begin with. You're not going to say all this stuff like I'm Tom Thibodeau. And no, I don't think right now is the time for the youth movement. I think we got to continue to build and acquire good talent so we can take this team to the next level. Because if you do that, then you automatically are saying, hey, if the front office says we're going to go build around the youth, then I'm out of here. So, you can't say that, because that's what's going to, that's why they stay mum. I would really love for us to know exactly how Thibodeau feels. Thibodeau sees this team every day. He knows we ain't got it right now. So I would love to know.
I believe that as well.
Yeah. So I don't know, man. But that's the $1 million question, bro. That's the one. I think I think Stafford might be back. He might be ready. Let's try it out. Staff, you with us?
Check. Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, that's way better.
Stafford Don, way Don, Tre Don, Wolan.
What's good?
What up?
Chilling, brother. How you? How's everything? And what do you think about kind of what we've been talking about lately? I know you jumped on. We've been saying a lot of different things. So whatever you want.
Yeah, man. I've been listening since Jump Start. So.
Oh wow!
We could go different ways, but what's the conversation now?
Right now, we were talking about. D had just brought up the whole thing because he sees that everything I'm saying is kind of leaning towards the youth movement. Like I'm ready for that right now. So he was saying, do you think that if that's the case, do you think Thibodeau is the one that you'd like to see carrying this out for the rest of the season going forward, or is it what I want a different coach in here now?
No, I'm rolling with Tibbs, man. I said this before. The man is 64 years old. I'm saying he's not going to be here for long, so I'm gonna ride it out until probably. I'm gonna give him till probably next season. If in his third season he can't get it done, yes, he'll be on the hot seat, and most likely we might be ushering Johnny Bryant in here. But for right now, I don't see Coach Tibbs going anywhere right now.
Okay, and let me just do this real quick. Because obviously you guys know I put a poll up because we were talking about some interesting trade scenarios. Some people don't love the fact of Westbrook here. I think I kind of helped some people's thought about it when I said that I would be trying to bring Fox in as well as Westbrook, and we have the ability to now have Cam playing and have Grimes playing with Rose coming back, so it opens up, you know, more playing time for those guys. So it seems that from the poll, out of 90 people, 51% said yes and 48% said no. So 51% of you guys would be okay with having a team consisting of Fox, Westbrook, RJ, Obi, Mitch, Cam, Grimes, Rose, Quickly, Taj, Deuce, Sims, and rounding it out with guys like Samonik or whoever else to fix the roster. So some people are in favor of doing that because I guess maybe people want to see the youth movement as well. And they don't feel like Westbrook would hurt us that bad, even though he might do some things. But, you know, I guess some people are in favor of that. What do you think about that, Stafford? Did you vote?
Yeah, I voted.
Okay. He's like, yeah, I did it.
Yeah.
I think that's a no, right, Steph?
No, actually, I actually thought about it. I figured that if we bring in Fox or Westbrook and we traded Randle, we'll be a more transition team. We'll be running more. We have the young guys running more, you know, because we are last in pace. Plus Tibbs wants us to run more. So, and then after that will put us, you know, I mean, we're not going to be a contender. You probably might be contending for play in so-called 7-8 seed with that roster. So I mean, it's a good look in the right direction. I wouldn't, as I said, I'm not attached to any player. I do like Randle, and I do think if he do go over to Sacramento, I think it's gonna be a good fit for him. You know, because you have shooters around him, and you have a point guard that could help him. So, and then with Darren Fox coming over here and Obi sliding into the to his spot, he could run more in transition. The team could run more spacing, you know, and you know, I think we could do something with this little team right now. But we're gonna be having a lot of L's, but you know what I mean? It's a transition into the right direction with the youth movement.
Right. And let me just comment real quick on Alan Alford. Appreciate you. Thank you for tuning in and supporting. I seen you with some really good takes in the chat. So who would play defense, Fox or Westbrook? And let me tell you this. This is how I would break this down. Who's the better defender, Fox or Kemba?
Fox. I mean, I'll probably have to go with Fox because he has more length. You know what I mean? And I think he could move laterally a lot better than Kemba. He might take a lot of charges than Kemba, but I think he could stay in front of his man. Yeah.
And he gets steals, so he benefits your team with that. He stays in the passing lanes. He's got long arms, got good wingspan. So I look at it like that. First off, Fox would be a better defender than Kemba, younger, more active, even if he's not a great defender. Okay. Who's a better defender, Fournier or Westbrook?
I have to go with Westbrook.
I have to think about that.
No, I mean, it's Westbrook.
I have to go with Westbrook.
I mean, that's and so when you look at this, I mean, I know how it sounds, guys, but I'm just looking at it from a certain perspective. Everybody else on the team stays the same. You still got your defenders in Grimes and all, you know, Deuce. All these other guys are still on the team. You still got Mitch. You still got players. You got RJ. You still got guys who can play defense. You're actually probably becoming a better defensive team if you want to believe it.
Yeah, because you know we have more length on the perimeter, right? And we could move laterally when we do switches and all of that, according to Tom Thibodeau, defensive schemes as far as switching, right? So we're gonna have that advantage. And then when we come off the bench, you know what I mean, we could either have Grimes or Deuce, you know what I mean, and you know, they have a wide wingspan. So, you know, we should be good on that end. You know, but as far as offense, Westbrook, D Fox, both of them like to have the ball in their hands, and then the backcourt, somebody's gonna have to come off the bench, bro. You know, because that you know, that's crazy right there. Unless
they're both at 30 ball usage rate.
Yeah, man, that's
crazy.
I don't know if he could start both of them at the same time, Ron.
No, I agree. Well, personally, I told you before, I've said it. I wouldn't play Westbrook at all, but that's just me. But I would put Westbrook on the bench. I don't care who he is or what he's done in the league. I'm not taking nothing away from him. I just would rather have him running with that second unit.
But Ron, I don't mean to cut you, but you're not going to bring Westbrook over here to sit him on the bench, bro. I don't think.
No. I know. Listen,
I don't think the organization going to do that. I don't think Tom Thibodeau going to want to do that. You understand? I don't think so.
Well, I mean, I didn't think they would keep you know, John Wall on the bench either, but we've seen it happen. But I
mean, that's a different scenario over there, John. That's a whole total youth movement type over there that's not even thinking about playoffs. So they're going to look to move in a youth direction.
We're not that far away from that direction.
I'm just saying.
but we looking to shop some of the vets though. So you know, in a sense, we are looking to move young. You know, if we're looking to move Kemba and Fournier and Noel and all these guys, you know, to see these young guys play. So, you know, we are looking to move direct. So Knicks fans better just brace because we're going to be going through a lot of L's for right now until these guys get pretty good, you know, fighting for at least 10-9, between 7 and 10, you know what I mean, depending if we do make a big splash or a big star. Let's just say, for instance, Donovan Mitchell. Okay, then I see us, you know, trying to be a playoff team every year. Not a contender, but a playoff team every year until we put all the pieces together, and then we could make a run to say we are contenders for right now. Not a championship contender, but a contender going into the second round and trying to see if we could at least, you know, small goals to big steps.
You know, you guys said something that made me think of something. And you guys have mentioned about Tom Thibodeau wanting to fast the pace a bit. And I just came across an article, and it was mentioning about how in his first 5 years with Chicago, his teams were never better than 20th in offensive pace. And in Minnesota, they were around the same 22, 23. And then now in New York, they've been last almost the last 2 years. So I think it's safe to say that Tom Thibodeau doesn't like, you know, the pace very fast. Which is a concern moving forward if he's moving with a young movement, because young guys love to run. And that would be an advantage because of their youth and their legs and their athleticism and whatnot. So something to think about.
It makes sense because I'm thinking, wonder if he doesn't like to push the pace too much because they expend too much energy on the offensive end when he wants them to expand that energy on the defensive end because of the way he's got them running around and rotating to the three-point shot. Maybe it has something to do with it. I don't know.
My thing with that is that, I mean, the Phoenix Suns and the Golden State Warriors are the top 5 defensive teams in this league, and they're also top 5 offensive teams in this league too. So both can translate together.
That's a good point. Good point. And guys, I know. Look, the chat is crazy right now. They're like, "What? They don't want to hear nothing about no Westbrook here." I get it. Okay. And then someone said, I don't know who it was, but anyway, someone said something about. I'd much rather talk about like a more realistic scenario. Well, you know what's a realistic scenario? And don't think it's not, because let me tell you something. It is. A realistic scenario is the Knicks do nothing at the trade deadline. That's one. And
Oh man,
a second a second thing that's realistic at the trade deadline is that the Knicks don't do anything that we want them to do, and they only do that Westbrook trade. It's very realistic. Let me tell you something. The organization, the organizational structure between what the Lakers got going on and what the Knicks got going on, it definitely could happen where they might do something like that, because as much as we don't value Westbrook and his expiring contract, organizations love those big expiring contracts. They open up a lot. I don't know if how it works money wise. What's the incentives as far as moving a guy, a contract like that off the books? But organizations love that stuff. And we got a capologist who loves figuring out ways to get the Knicks coming out good on the other end and doing something, being ready for the 2023 draft and going forward from there. I wouldn't be surprised if the Westbrook trade is the one they really eye because of the fact of that expiring contract. So
know what, too, Ron? You know what? And I thought about it too, yo. I would do that trade and give up Burks and Fournier, and in reality, it really makes our team better, yo, because we get to see Grimes more.
Yeah,
you understand what I'm saying? And we get to see Cam. You get to see Cam, and then we get a point guard that could dominate and penetrate, right? And know to put Randle in his spots, and then after he could always kick out and find shooters. You know what I'm saying? So I wouldn't be up, and then it's just for a year and a half this year, and then the next year we take him off the books, and then we get 30 mil off the books from Burks. And then another, what was it, 54 for Fournier?
Yeah.
Right. So, I mean, we looking good if we do that, in my opinion. You know what I'm saying? I mean, probably could make a push probably for a playing spot if we do get Westbrook. You know, as bad as he is, even though he's a turnover machine, but I still think he could probably help us, yo. Just as far as penetrating, because he could do everything that Fox could do, right? It's just that Fox is a more younger player.
Well,
right?
Fox does finish better at the rim, and he is a better mid-range shooter.
Right. So that's
by far.
Right. So I would take the vet over the young person so far, and then probably after that, and try and develop Grimes to see if he could take that starting position next year and still have Rose and Westbrook mentor, something like that. But I know it's not realistic. So, anything could happen. We'll see.
Ron, who would you keep, Ron, out of the vets? I think I would keep Rose for sure. The other guys, bye.
Yeah,
Right?
if I had a
like
choice,
Rose.
I'd keep Rose. Yeah,
He's a good guy.
Yeah.
He's not a problem in the locker room, and he teaches. A lot of people like him. That's what I hear.
yeah, because I think you have to keep Rose anyway, because I don't think Rose is going anywhere right now. He's coming off an injury. He hasn't played, and with older players, the trade value for them always kind of goes down a little bit until they can show that they can go out there and play the way that we've been accustomed to seeing them. Even though I know he'll be fine, I just think that Rose is going to be the guy that Tibbs is not getting rid of. While Tibbs is here, Rose is here.
Yeah, that's
people
it.
don't necessarily believe that, but I believe Rose will be here.
And someone
Because
else will
Rose
be here
didn't-
too. You know who
Right.
else?
Rose didn't have to leave his situation to come to the Knicks. He came to the Knicks because he values Tibbs so much in that relationship. Because he's probably was in a better situation where he was. I at the time, I don't know. It turned into be good, a very good move.
Yeah.
H Money 821. I see you. I appreciate you tuning in. Thank you. Hey man, I'm sorry. I'm sorry
know,
you don't
right?
necessarily. I'm sorry you
know.
don't necessarily agree with what we got going on, what we're talking about. I'm just telling you, realistically, when you think about what's out there, this stuff could happen. I'm just saying it could happen. I'm not saying I told you. I'm gonna say it again. It's the last time I say it because you guys get it already. If it was up to me, Ben Simmons and DeJounte Murray would be on the Knicks right now. But it ain't up to me, and I don't see how that could happen. So I like what
And
John
then at the
Tolento
same
said.
time, it's just opinions, man. It's just just analyzing what we think that could happen and could help the team. We're not necessarily saying that we're GMs, you know what I mean? We just trying to have good conversation at the same time to see what could happen with this team.
Well, what's funny is that the other day, Staff, is that me and Freezy, we had the chat propose us trades and stuff that they would do, and nobody was saying nothing for 20 minutes.
Yeah, I was listening.
Right.
I couldn't get on that day. Right.
So,
and I ain't gonna lie to you, D. I was trying to participate as much as I could, but I was working and I was like, I can't, because I couldn't. I noticed myself, I was missing bits and pieces of what you guys were saying because I was working doing other stuff.
Too.
And then when I tried to come up with something, I was stuck myself. I was like, oh, it got to a point. I'm like, okay, we got Ben Simmons, and where do we go from here? And then who do we? Yeah. I was a little stuck myself, dude. So it's tough. It's tough.
Yeah, it's not easy. Exactly. To put these scenarios together and make the money make sense and have the fits make sense. And
you got to have one coach, and
right?
You know what I mean. So you got to make the right decisions, man. So it's tough. And Rome wasn't built in one day, man. I keep telling people that, man. You can't, with this team and the inconsistency, we just got to, we got to make one decision, one right move, one direction.
Yep.
And I think that's the way we need to go, man. So February the 10th is coming up. Let's see what this front office
5 days from now.
Yeah, let's see what this front office do.
Yep. I see H Money. That's what I'm saying. You agree with me. Simmons and Murray will never be traded to the Knicks. Let's just be honest with us. And that is my point. You ask me what I want. That's what I want. Will it happen? Probably not. So I got to look at stuff that possibly could happen. Regardless of what anybody thinks, you guys do understand, right? In the chat, that if the Knicks want to get Westbrook, they can make it happen with the Lakers, right? They can make it happen. I hope you know that. If the Knicks want the Aaron Fox bad enough, they can make it happen. They can get, I'm not saying they can get both of them, but they can figure out a way to get either one of these dudes. If they really want to make it happen, they can do it.
And the funny thing about it, Sacramento wants Randle. they want Randle.
I heard
they think Randle would be a perfect fit for Halliburton and Buddy Hield.
How can we get Halliburton instead of Fox? Can we?
That Sacramento ain't giving you Halliburton.
No, they ain't giving you Halliburton.
No.
Or Davion Mitchell.
That might be their backcourt of the future. And Davion had 26 the other night. So
right. So they're looking at two of them with Randle together, and they're looking like they could move forward with that once they get rid of Darren Fox. So, as I said before, I wouldn't oppose of trading for Fox, right? If he comes here, that's it. I see us a more running, younger, athletic team. All the Obi fans, especially G-Man, he could have his wish now because he'll be playing more than 30 minutes. He'll be getting 10 rebounds and 15 assists. No, I'm just joking. But you'll see Obi, and more of his game come out once Fox get there, and it's going to be a more running team. So, let's see if it happens. But in my opinion, I don't think they're going to trade Randle. And if they do trade him, it's probably going to be in the off season. And in my opinion, if Utah doesn't make it out the second round, Mitchell, I think that's a destination for Randle. That's just me. That's just my feeling for the off season, right? If Randle don't turn it around, and Mitchell might just come here. That's just my opinion, my feeling.
Alan's right on point, and that's what was confusing when it happened, where it's like, okay, you got this young team, you have a new administration, and now you have this win now mentality, but you may not have all the pieces for it. So now you're going to have to go ahead, and if you decide, let's say they want to be headstrong, right, and they want to continue on that route, they would have to gut their draft capital and their young guys in order to truly see the best version of that win now. And then how long does that last? 2 or 3 years? And then we're back to square one. So why not just do the rebuild and why not, just develop these young gentlemen and see what they are? Because they're puppies, bro. Obi Toppin, people say he's old. What is Obi Toppin? 24?
Yeah.
23 years old?
24, yeah, 23, I think.
23.
He's a puppy.
No.
We don't know who he is. And we see flashes of it, right? We see glimpses of it. Like against Cleveland was one of the nights where he had a really nice game against Cleveland. And we see like, wow, Obi attacking the basket. Grimes looked him out on a pocket pass, got his confidence up. All of a sudden he hit 3 threes that game. You see? So you see these glimpses and you're like, well, I want more. And I think what problem that happens to us is just that we're not patient with the young guys. It's like we want instant gratification with them. And some of these young guys, it takes a while. Kyle Lowry didn't pop to this league till like year 7, bro. Chauncey Billups did not pop into this league until like year 7, bro.
Wow.
Gary Payton, it took 3 or 4 years.
Yep.
Takes time.
Good point. And just so we know as Knicks fans, Obi Toppin will be turning 24 next month.
Right.
So, yeah,
Little kid.
Yeah, man. Still young. Still young.
Remember when we were 24?
I can't remember. I forgot, bro.
Dude,
Exactly.
Give me 24 right now, man. I'll take it. I'll
Right.
take it.
So we were kids. We were just learning about life. Imagine at an NBA level making all that money, having all that pressure with social media now. You know what I'm saying? These crazy fans saying you trash. It gets to them, especially those that haven't been built correctly growing up and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So
Yeah,
you guys got to consider the whole picture when you evaluate your players, bro.
That's a good point. I wanted to do a quick little rapid fire of some stuff that I had made note of earlier in the chat. Some guys said certain things, and I wanted to kind of touch on them quickly because I didn't want to forget about them. For example, Knicks Worldwide had said sign and trade for Brunson in the summer to play with Randle and RJ. So that's keeping Randle and just rocking with RJ and taking on Brunson. What do you guys think about that? What do you think, Danny?
Sign and trade for Brunson. Who are we gonna trade?
Yeah, who would be
who's the odd man out?
Give up, especially if we're keeping Randle and RJ.
Well, I guess that would have to be the situation. If you want to give them somebody that they actually want, I would say Fournier. Fournier's got to be the main piece.
They
in
can
that.
have him.
You got to think about this though with Dallas, right? Like, what's his name? Luka is his ball usage is 40, and the second on the team is Jalen Brunson at 25. So I think Dallas is looking to keep him because they desperately need a second ball handler. They desperately need a second offensive initiator and a guy to help out Luka. So I don't see why they would part with him. It would have to be something juicy, I think, in order for him just to let him go. And I think they will pay him in the offseason.
Yeah, D is right.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. That could work. What do you think about? So, and you saw the first person I pointed to was Fournier, just because I thought he's a European player. They like European players. He's someone that
they'll
can
love
shoot.
him.
yeah. But they do have a lot of that over there already. So it's really about the need, the value. And I just thought about it because of the fact that they also, Tim Hardaway got injured. He was a big part of what they got going on there as far as perimeter shooting. And so I see how Fournier could fit in. But then, here's something that I find interesting. We surveyed 100 people, said, why everyone's so quick to get rid of Fournier? This man has been balling now. It's very
Last
true.
couple of weeks, he absolutely has.
Yes, he has. He has been playing really good. And it's just the problem is, you don't know, one, if Fournier will give this to you consistently, and two, if you're trying to make a trade to better the team and you've got a guy like Cam on the bench, who would you rather have playing every day for the New York Knicks? Just be honest. Would you rather have Fournier out there or Cam Reddish? That's one of those thoughts. Like, who's the better overall value if they played every day and got consistent minutes?
And I think the big thing with Ever too is that he's just a defensive turnstile. Like, anybody could get around him. So automatically, good teams will look to target him, especially on the perimeter. And it becomes a 4-on-5. It becomes a 3-on-2. It becomes a 2-on-1 automatically. And, that doesn't bode well for your team defensively.
All
right, I'm back.
What do you think? Oh, hey, Staffer. What do you think about that, man? Because everything that's going on right now a lot of it revolves around trading Evan Fournier. What do you feel about the fact that what we surveyed 100 people said? Why are we quick to trade Fournier when this man is balling now? When we're finally getting what we wanted from him?
Is that to me?
Yeah. What do you think about that?
Fournier. I think he's getting comfortable, man. I think he's finding his role in the offense. Look, Fournier, you can't take this away from him. He's a very good shooter. Any playoff team will value his shooting right now. And I heard Freezy made a point earlier today. If the Lakers was to get him, no team wouldn't want to play LeBron 1-on-1 and then have to kick out to Fournier and Monk and all these other 3-point shooters around him. So I still value Fournier, although his defense is not up to par. I still think once we put a defensive wing, which we have on the bench, right, in two of them, which is Cam and Grimes, right, and we could hide his defensive deficiencies once we switch, right, and we bring in a point guard that could find him on the corners. You know what I mean? So I mean, I wouldn't trade him. I wouldn't trade him right now. I will stick with him for right now, and because I think he's finding his way in the offense. And you see, the other night he gave us 30. To me, it was a quiet 30. You know, I mean, it looked like he didn't do anything, but he's stepping up his game. To me,
he kept us in that game offensively.
Right, exactly. And what does Kemba give us? 2 donuts in a row. So, I will value him more than Kemba. I mean, everybody is not going to sip the same cup of tea or like the same peppermint tea that I like. So that's just my opinion.
Just to highlight his for January, he averaged 15.7, which is practically 16 points a game. He shot 63% for the free throw line, which is kind of odd. He averaged 1.7 assists. Let's see, 3 rebounds. He shot 46% about from 3 off 7.5 attempts, and he shot 46% or 47% for the field at about 12 attempts. So most of his shots are from the 3, and he shot really well in January.
And that's another thing I have to agree with. Who said it? Elliot. I feel you. He has to be consistent. You know what I mean? If we could get that consistent play from him every night like that, I'm not begging you for 30 points every night, but give us at least your average of 15, 16 a night. You know what I mean? And make the big shots when it counts. That's all I'm asking you to do. But I'm not asking you to carry the team.
Yeah, I think a big thing too is that, like Steve Clifford, the reason why we didn't know Evan was this bad of a defender. Well, one, a lot of people didn't watch Orlando, but number 2, Steve Clifford did a very good job of hiding him because they had a lot of good perimeter defenders there.
Right.
So, and I think if we're gonna keep Evan, that's a blueprint we would have to follow. You know what I'm saying? We would have to follow putting better perimeter defenders around him so we can hide him a little bit better.
Exactly.
And use his tools offensively.
Right. That's what I'm saying. I'm not opposed to keeping him, because if you look at his game and JJ Redick's game is basically similar, because JJ Redick could shoot the 3. He was never a good defender. He was small the same way.
Yeah.
Right. And but he was on good teams that hide his defensive deficiencies. Yeah. And when it counted, he made those big shots. So, I'm not opposed of trading Fournier, but I mean, knowing Knicks fans, they want to get rid of him so bad because they think this contract is arbitrage. It's ridiculous, but I mean, look, get him in a chance. I think we could still ride with him if the season don't turn around. In the off season, we could always trade him, man.
And it's funny you say that. It's funny you say that about JJ Redick, because if you remember a couple months ago, I was saying I would use him exactly that way in first and third quarters, where I would just have him at least to take about 7 to 8 shots or something of that nature. And if he's got it going, he's got it going. I continue riding. And if I don't, no big deal, because I also understand that he is a defensive liability.
Right.
So it's all about how do you use these guys too.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah, I agree with that. That's very good points. The other thing I wanted to talk about was Keyshawn had said we need a mid-range shooter. Nobody on this team shoots the midi, which is very true. But it's also, even if the thing is, even if we have a good mid-range shooter on the team, will Thibodeau allow that aspect of that person's game to be prominent? Because remember, Thibodeau is all about now stretching the floor and putting guys in positions further on the court to try to develop more floor spacing. So there's guys like RJ shoots a pretty good mid-range shot when he works at it. Julius used to shoot a pretty good mid-range shot. I think even everything has affected him so bad that even his mid-range has looked kind of iffy. So that's why he's going through a lot, man, because this guy, it's crazy. So that's the problem. Like, even if we were able to bring in somebody, unless they were DeMar DeRozan that had that level of cachet that Tibbs has to let him do what he does, we don't even know if it would make much of a difference, because the way they've drawn things up schematically is to push everybody out to the perimeter and open up a lot of space for the lanes. And mind you, we're not the greatest at getting floor spacing to begin with, and we're doing that, and it still doesn't necessarily always work.
I wish to run. I wish Randle will more work on his inside jump shot, yo. I think that will open up a lot of things, man. Instead of you trying to force a 3-point shot, come back and move in a little bit and work on your jump shot. I think if you develop that consistently, you could always head fake somebody and drive to the hole. So I'm thinking if he works on that consistently, because I think last year he had that in his repertoire. He was hitting a lot of mid-range jump shots, and I think he came away from that this year. You know what I mean? So I don't know what's going on with the kid, but I think he's not doing the things that he was doing last year. We all could see that, but I think if he opens up his jump shot a lot, man, I think that's one of the keys to Randle's game too, man. That mid-range jump shot. Go ahead, D. I see you.
I was just going to say that, with the mid-range, he has shot a lot of mid-ranges this year. He shot 308 of them. It's just that
how much is he connect? Oh, he's not connecting.
No, he's not hitting.
What is his percentage in the mid-range?
For all middies, 36%. And the thing is that's pretty much been his career, somewhat.
If I was him, though, I wouldn't go away from it though, because any given night it could, it would always go away. It could always come back, and you could always open up your game like that, and you could always drive to the hole. Once you have the defender jumping, you could use that to your advantage. So I think he needs to mix it up a little bit too, not also just going downhill all the time. But I think he needs. I think he needs to open up his jump shot a little more.
No, but that's what I'm saying. Like, he's shooting 308 middies, and at the rim he's only shot 229, and at three he's shooting 264.
Right.
So if anything, Randle is perimeter oriented.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Right.
I see what you're saying.
Okay.
Shout out to my man Pete P. That's right, Pete Panagiotopoulos. What's going on, brother? Appreciate you as always.
You're good. You know how to say them words, man.
Hey, man, I try.
Hey, I would have been like, thanks, Pete.
I would think Evan would be shooting 85% from the line and not 70.6. Is he really a good shooter or just a volume shooter? I will tell you this. I think Evan's issue is because of the way his game is currently and the way he's being used in the Knicks offense. He doesn't draw a lot of fouls. He doesn't get to the line a lot.
No, he doesn't.
That doesn't seem like that's a big part of his game nowadays. But historically, for his career, he shoots right up under 80%. So he shoots about 79 point something. I think actually he's at 80. He's at 80 for his career. So he shoots 80%. He's a good free throw shooter.
That's all right.
I don't think he gets enough attempts.
Yeah, and for his career, he hasn't really volume shot a lot. I think the most he shot was in Orlando at about 14.5 or something of that nature. So he's never really been a heavy volume shooter.
Yeah, and it's an interesting point. Walter White said, as bad as Randle's been playing, teams are still sending the double. You're right. Now, mind you, I think part of that is a little different. Teams used to send the double to try to stop Randle because he enforces his will because how big and strong he is. Now they're sending the double to him because they feel like they can trip him up and he's turnover prone. So they're trying to use it for that purpose as well.
I was just going to say that, Ron. Like, is it a matter of that he's being so effective, or is it because he can't read a double team correctly? Which we see in 2 years.
Of both to me. It's a combination of both to me.
Yeah,
you see sometimes he makes the right reads and he sends out the ball. And then after he sees sometimes he takes too long to see the double team coming. You know what I mean? And then they trap him and then that's a turnover. So, I think it's 50-50 when it comes to that, D.
And also keep in mind too that go ahead, Ron. Sorry.
Oh no, I was going to say it's really interesting. I would love to see how Tom Thibodeau would play Julius Randle. What defense he would scheme up to deal with Randle. But go ahead, D.
Oh, I was just saying that also you got to consider the fact that last year, and I see a lot of people bring this up. Last year, power forwards were guarding him, as opposed to this year, you have a lot of wings guarding him. So keep in mind that when he was torching those power forwards, the NBA was learning how to adapt to play Julius Randle. So they would send that double team there in order to limit his production. And also, too, keep in mind, too, that we didn't really have anybody else that could create off the dribble and get their shot last year. So that's another reason why they were sending the double as well, because to get the ball out of his hand and make somebody else do it. And this year, you got smaller wings and stuff like that are guarding him. And they've realized that he can't get past those guys. He doesn't finish well at the rim. He can't get into his step back game because remember last year he was shooting faders off the baseline on a regular because he was able to create that space. He can't do that anymore now because these small wings can catch up to where he's at. So you got to mix all that into the pot as well.
I agree with you. Oh, and then another thing I wanted to highlight. This is the last one that I kind of made a note of so that we could talk about it later. Was that after everything we were talking about with the trade scenarios and stuff like that, Jalbino59 said that these proposal for Simmons makes the most sense to me, but it looks like Morey isn't going to do anything till the offseason. That's interesting too.
Yeah, that's possible. That's highly possible. And you got to ask yourself from a Philadelphia organizational standpoint, like, is that really best for the organization? You know what I'm saying? Like, are you really going to waste a year of prime Joel Embiid and just not get the help that's needed and not just, get this distraction out of it? Obviously, it's a distraction for they may say it's not, but I think we know damn well it is.
But to me, D, I'm sorry. Go ahead. When you finish, I'm going to say something. Sorry.
Yeah, and just that Philadelphia's kind of had like a bad rap as far as their organization. If you guys ever watched the JJ Redick podcast where he had Jimmy Butler on it, Jimmy Butler explained why he didn't resign with the team, and something that Elton Brand had told him that he was like, nah, man, I'm good. And then that's how he got to Miami and stuff of that nature. So that organization's kind of had a bad rap for a couple of years too. I'm not saying Simmons is not at fault either, because he's done some things wrong as well. But it's a collective thing.
I think they ain't gonna do nothing when the trade deadline come here. I think Ben Simmons is still gonna be there after the trade deadline.
Yeah,
I believe they might deal him in the off season, right? And I think it's gonna be the same old Philadelphia from old. They're gonna get to the second round and get bounced out. It's gonna be the same old thing. So I don't think they're going anywhere. Shout out to Joel Embiid. He's been playing spectacular. He's leading the league in points right now. I think at 33 point something a game, right? They lost last night to the Mavs, right? But he's been surging. Excuse me. He's been surging as a good player, but in my opinion, I don't see a trade coming. If it's a trade, it's going to be something small. I don't see nothing big, significant going to Philadelphia. All right. And I see them probably dealing Ben Simmons in the offseason. I think the team stays how it is because right now they're in the 4th seed. So I don't think the organization might look to move anything to mess up the chemistry. It's just probably a little small tweak here and there, but I don't see nothing significantly changing until the off season.
Yep.
You may be right, bro. You may be right. Well, let me do this real quick. I want to get into a couple other things before I wrap up the show. Take a little break because I know I'm going to be joining Uncle Freezy a little later at 5 o'clock for vibes and stuff.
Yes, sir.
So that should be pretty cool. I look forward to that. What I wanted to do real quick is if you guys can bear with me, let me just go through the chat a little bit and say what's up to everybody who I see. Wilson Dang, what's going on? Lewis Wilkinson, Maurice Corchado, appreciate you. There's certain names, I don't know if I've seen you in here, so thank you for tuning in. Walter White, listen, I loved what you did on Breaking Bad. Thank you for coming in. Appreciate that. Elliot V, Corey Jones is in the building. Obviously, White Falcons here. I mentioned you, Pete P. I mentioned you. Yankee fan forever. Listen, I appreciate you because you're probably a Knicks fan as well. We're cool. I'm a Met fan, so there's no beef. No beef. That's all I'm saying. We both struggling right now because there's no baseball, man. I hope they play. My team finally gets some good players, and we're on a strike. Come on, man. All right. Sometimes make it make sense. I don't get it, bro. Right. Kaiser Sorsay 718 is in the building. Pudge Nice, what's happening? May 4th. I see you. Thank you for tuning in as always. Mr. Wolf. That's cool. Brother D, that's dope. Mr. Wolf is in the building. Geraldine McIver, Elliot V, Mike Boy. I already talked about Alan Alford. We mentioned Alan Alford had some good takes. Thank you as always for coming in and giving us that information. I appreciate you. I think that's H Money. I know I've been shouting you out, but I'm gonna shout you out in a different way. H Money 821. Thank you for joining up. Appreciate you. Francisco Carrillo. Thank you for joining. My first time seeing you in here, so I appreciate you. Ty Crosswell, appreciate you. Ty Crosswell, look good doing it. Hey, that's my motto, bro. Can't if you ain't good at it, at least look good doing it. You know what I mean? Dope. That's dope. That's a dope name. John Talento. I know I shouted you out. C_Mac. Appreciate you. Thank you. JW is in the building. I think I saw JJ earlier. Yeah, so pretty much that's what I want to do because this is the selfless time of the show. Selfless plug action. You know where we at.
Excuse me.
Once again, the motto is New Year, same me, more subscribers, guys. So definitely continue to support.
We're getting there.
Hit that like button, hit the subscribe button, comment, let us know what you think. If you guys have ideas for the show or something you want to bring up, maybe something we didn't cover, feel free to get in there and comment, man. We appreciate all the feedback. And let me tell you, I think the update I had most recently was we had 493 subscribers, guys. We're getting close. Let's go. We're getting close to that 500 mark. That's the next milestone, man.
Let's get it.
Hit it.
Tell a friend.
And keep in mind, 172 watching, 161 likes, bro.
Yeah. Oh man. Thank you guys. Appreciate that. Appreciate you guys for
hitting that like button. Smash it up, man.
Thank you. And also, guys, listen. We're not that show, okay? If you guys don't know, if you're new to the show, appreciate you. I just want to let you know real quick. We do basically 3 shows a week. We have the Know the Ledge series on Saturdays at 11 a.m. where you see myself and I'm here chopping it up with great guys like Stafford Don, Sergeant Nicks, Danny Landis, my man D is balling, Uncle Freezy. Excuse me. You see guys in here like Josh, aka Uncle Fulio.
Fulio.
And then we'll get joined by a bunch of different characters. Worldwide L. It goes on and on and on, right? But my point is, what I'm trying to say is, this is our our Saturday freestyle show. We basically can touch on all types of topics, and we just go back and forth. Monday we have more of a structured show where it's myself, my man John, and then Jose. The Don Jose is in the background on the ones and twos, and that's more of a weekly recap or prediction show. So definitely check that out if you haven't seen it. And then also either on Wednesday or Thursday, depending on when the Knicks play, we'll switch the days. We're on Nothing But Knicks Network, and we do an NBA report. So if you're interested in finding out a little bit more about other teams around the NBA, what they got going on, and also how it affects the Knicks, because we try to keep it mostly Eastern Conference, but we'll touch on a little bit of the West. So definitely check us out. We have different content that we're trying to bring to you guys. And I just want to say one thing real quick, guys. If you haven't seen myself and John, when we go on the Nothing But Knicks show, it's called the NBA Report. Last time we got a couple guys on who were like, "What is this? If it's not Nothing But Knicks, it's not right." It's the NBA Report. When you tuned in, it didn't say the Knicks Report. It said the NBA Report. So we're definitely going to talk about. We're going to talk about the NBA. That's just what it is. That's the point of the show. And I just want. I'm putting this out there. I don't really have to because it's not a big deal. I just want to explain it to people so that Nothing But Knicks is a big platform. He's got over 18,000 subscribers. Sim is the godfather of this thing. He's got shows like The Controversy with Josh, aka Uncle Fulio. He's got the Queen's Court with Steph. He's got the crossover with Steph and my man Tony Crow. And he's got Knicks and Bruises with Tony Crow. So he's got a bunch of Knicks shows, as well as he has pregame, postgame, shoot-arounds. There's so much Knicks content, you can find everything you want there. We decided to come together mutually and make a show that gives you a little bit of a different spin on things. It's an NBA show to give you a little bit more of something going around the league. Half the time, I don't even know what's going on until I get in there and start looking at topics for the show. So it helps me understand what's happening. So that's all I'm trying to say, guys. I know people want to talk Knicks all the time, but sometimes it's good to understand what's happening.
Hey, Ron,
and
we go
Staffer,
through the same thing.
I know you understand, bro. I know you get it.
And one more thing, Ron. And how can they reach you if they wanted to reach you, Ron? I mean, how could I reach you, bro?
Well, listen, brother. If you want, all you got to do is tune into the Still Knicks Fans on YouTube, where you're at right now. You can like, comment, and subscribe. As I said, you can look for hit the notification bell so you're notified when we release all content, and you'll see when we do our Monday show. And then if you want to see us on the NBA Report on the Nothing But Knicks Network, type in Nothing But Knicks on your YouTube channel and go subscribe to that channel and hit that notification bell. And when we pop up with the NBA Report in the middle of the week, you'll see when that comes out, and you'll definitely be able to tune in. So good point, Staffer. Thank you for mentioning that. And that's how you guys can find us. And also, if you want to look for us on social media, boom, there we go. We're at Still Knicks Fans on Twitter and on Instagram.
There you go.
Okay. So that was a mouthful. I just wanted to get that out there, guys. So you know where.
You got to.
There was one more thing that I definitely wanted to say, because this is pretty much, to me, this is the most important, guys. We are trying to build our channel. Last year was about us coming together and putting content out there so you guys can know who we are. We could hear from you. You could hear from us. We're Knicks fans. We love the Knicks. That's it. This year is about growing the channel. And when we say growing the channel, we want people to like, comment, and subscribe, of course. But we're just not looking for a subscriber just to give us a subscriber. We don't need numbers that bad. What we need is people who want to subscribe, who like the content and want to come back and continue to see it. So when I say we're at 493 subscribers, we're trying to get to 500 by the end of the day, and we're trying to get to 1,000 by the end of the spring. We want people who actually like watching our content and want to be here. So don't just subscribe if you're only going to leave in a couple days after you feel like you helped us out. No, that's not what we want. We want you to subscribe and stay. So if you don't feel comfortable, if this is not what you like, not what you want, don't do it just for us. Do it because it's something you like. So I just wanted to put that out there because I don't want people to feel guilted into, they're trying to meet a milestone. Let's participate and then bounce. I don't want that. Okay. Right. Now, that being said, I think I got a lot of that out. Now it's time for us to get into what I think we should be covering because they're going to wrap up. And let's not forget the Knicks do play today. So
8:30.
the Knicks are going to go up against the LA Lakers tonight, folks.
Lakers.
What do we think about the Knicks against these LA Lakers? We know the Lakers have been struggling. We know they got issues. I think Carmelo just recently got hurt, which sucks.
Hamstring, I think.
Yeah, that sucks. And
I saw that. I know.
What do you guys think about tonight's game with the Lakers? I'll start with you, Staffer.
They still a dangerous team, man. You can't. You still got to go in there with a mindset of killing our young. You know what I mean? Just go in there and dominate. I'm looking for Julius to go up against his former Kentucky teammate, or however you want to call it. I think they always have a good matchup together. I'm looking forward for him to coming out playing a good game. Let me see. We got to dominate on the boards.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm looking for Mitch again to have a big night again. I called it in the last game against Memphis, and I'm calling it tonight again. We gotta clean up the defensive board and the offensive board, and limit our turnovers. My matchup, besides the Julius and Anthony Davis matchup, the other matchup I'm probably looking for is the bench, right? Because the bench let us down in the last game, in my opinion, in the Memphis game. The Memphis bench clearly dominated our bench. So I'm looking for the bench to bounce back against the Lakers bench in this matchup. So I don't think LeBron might play, but I think we're gonna pull a win out. It's gonna be a close game, but I think we're gonna win.
And you know what, Staffa, I appreciate your take on that. I just want to let you guys know, I should have told you beforehand, according to projected lineups for tonight's game, which this can change. This may not be as accurate, but it just updated as of a couple minutes ago. Apparently, for the Knicks, it's going to be Kemba Walker, R.J. Barrett, Evan Fournier, Julius Randle, and Nerlens Noel starting. I don't know why that is. I'm confused about that. So I don't know what's going on with Mitch. So we'll see. And then on the Lakers side, it's Russell Westbrook, Malik Monk, Stanley Johnson, Trevor Ariza, and Anthony Davis.
Ooh.
Oh, wow.
Wow. Ariza.
So they're going small.
Yeah. So I don't know. This is interesting. I don't know. So what do you think about that, Danny? What do you think about tonight's
Hold up
game?
a second. Hold up.
Yeah.
Is Mitchell Robinson injured?
I don't know.
Is there an injury report that's come out?
I'm going to check it right now because I don't know if this what's going on with this right now.
That's the only thing that would make sense to me.
I've heard no injuries.
But was he in? That's what I'm trying to figure out. He wasn't injured unless it's for personal reasons.
Right, and that's the point. We don't know, and that's why I asked, because that don't make no damn sense.
Yeah, no. You know what? I just looked at another spot because that's what you got to do. The information is only as good as how quickly and accurately the person updates it. You know what I mean?
Right.
So there's a confirmed lineup and there's an expected lineup. So I'm going to go with this, thinking that this is a little better. So the expected lineup for LA is Russell Westbrook, Malik Monk, Avery Bradley, Stanley Johnson, and Anthony Davis.
That sounds more.
Okay, that sounds more realistic. Right?
Okay. And so the confirmed lineup. So this apparently is the lineup that's actually going to play for the Knicks. It's Kemba Walker, Evan Fournier, R.J. Barrett, Julius Randle, and Mitchell Robinson.
Okay.
That sounds more like it. Yeah. That was weird. Okay. So that being said, what do you think, Danny? What do you think about tonight's game?
I expect us to pull out a win. I'm really expecting a win, but I'm expecting Westbrook to try to go off because I'm sure he hears about these rumors, I suppose, right, about him going to New York and trades and stuff. So he wants to show us a little appetizer of what you can have. So I think he's going to put on a show tonight, and it's going to be Davis. Davis is playing, you said, right?
Yeah, Davis is playing, and sorry guys for the confusion. It looks like Mitch is playing. He might have been limping or whatever, so maybe they thought he was going to be out, but it looks like he's going to be playing for this game. And LeBron is a game time decision, so he could play.
That means he's going to play. I think he's going to play.
Yeah, we'll
against
see.
New York, against Dolan, he's going to play. I expect a win. I expect the bench to come up big tonight. And I expect Mitch is going to have a big game, do a decent job on AD. So I'm expecting a nice win tonight. Okay, you guys, be ready for that W.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I'm thinking that the Knicks are in good position. But D, what do you think about tonight's game, bro?
Well, it seems to be the same old tired lineup. So I do expect the game to be competitive tonight, and I think it may go down to the fourth quarter. I think it's very important that we're able to run on this team, but we don't run. They are 28th in the league in opponents' fast break points. So you could run on this team, but that's only to the second unit. And I understand the second unit didn't have a good game last game, but they've been very good this year. They've won a lot of games for us. They've changed the tides of games within a half a quarter for us many a time. So, it's the bench, and I think they do a bad night every now and then. LA does get to the free throw line. LA and Mitchell Robinson is going to have his hands full tonight with Anthony Davis. Field goals made. These guys are 7th in the league. Field goals attempted, they 9th. So even when they don't run too much, they do make it a basis to get their shots up. Their shooting percentage is 12th in the league, so they do shoot the ball well. I expect it to be a competitive game tonight, and I think if Tom does decide to extend his bench a little bit, I think it might put him in a better spot to win this game because I think the bench could run circles around their bench, and I think we could definitely get up and down and create a separation of the lead. But it's all dependent on those things. As far as rebounding, this team is 8th in the league in rebounding. So it's going to be a tough battle tonight as far as controlling possessions and stuff of that nature.
And I didn't mean to cut you off, D, because May 4th asked a good question which applies to what you're saying too. I don't know if it matters, but no, we're not at home. We're in LA tonight.
Yeah. We are. This starts our West Coast trip. This is the start. And by my mistake, so no, but I did just say it right. But points in the paint, they're 10th also in the league. So this is an effective offensive team. I think the key is to play a little bit faster than them, and I think the key also too is that I will double Anthony Davis. Off the start, is nothing against Mitch. I think it's just better to put the ball into other guys' hands and make Russell Westbrook make more decisions on the court than him winning back and having Anthony Davis play ISO 1-on-1 where Anthony can get into his bag. So, I look for those type of things tonight.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that's some of the stuff that we could see and the stuff we should see in order to try to win this game. I definitely agree with you that we need to be able to push the pace. We do not push the pace. Sometimes you got to force yourself to push the pace, especially when you're one of the last teams in the league at doing it. But sometimes that requires being able to play some of your young talent that you've got rotting on the bench. So I don't know. If there was ever a moment where you'd like to see a Cam Reddish, this would be that game, because I think Cam's speed and what he can do would be a definite thing we could capitalize on against the Lakers. I don't know, man. I think the Knicks have a good chance to win this game. How they go about doing it, that's if the Knicks lose this game tonight and they get blown out or something, that's an indictment on Tibbs. That there's no other place you can go with it. Of course, granted, there's sometimes the guys can come out flat and not hustle, not put effort. I'm saying if they come out and play basketball the right way with the effort, then it's an indictment on Tibbs. Now, if they don't, and there's some other issues, that's another story.
Right. And another thing too is that this team is 26 in the league in turnovers per game, but the issue is that we don't cause turnovers. So you see, there's certain weaknesses that we can't attack with the team, like running on them and stuff of that nature, because we don't do those things. And this team is 6th in the league in blocks, and they're also 7th in the league in steals. So they do get after in the paint, and they do get inside the lanes, and they do have some decent on-ball defenders. You know, I know their team defensively, they're terrible, but they do have some decent on-ball defenders.
Yes, Stanley is a good defender.
Yeah, and Avery Bradley as well. And so it's that's what I say. It's gonna be a tough one, Ty. It's gonna be competitive, and it's gonna be an interesting one to see.
Right. Yeah. That's good. Even if LBJ doesn't play, from what we have seen, it's still going to be a close game, especially if the Knicks are still suspect from the free throw line. Very good point, Maurice Corchado. That's a very good point. Well, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens, guys, because the Knicks, I hope, and we've had a little time off in between the last game and now. I hope the Knicks have been working on a good I've said it before. I like when the Knicks have a little time in between games because they tend to have good practices and they work on things and they come out better.
Yeah.
I hope they've been working on their free throws. I hope RJ's out there doing what he's got to do. The last game, I think RJ shot pretty good from the free throw line, but he was one of the few because not everybody did. This team is crazy to me how we can go from being one of the top teams not too many years ago in free throw shooting, one of the top teams, and now we're one of the teams that struggles. It's just nuts. Oh, that's the NBA. That's basketball. So yeah, man. I just want to thank you guys for coming on and spending time with me and chopping it up. Definitely want to say salute once again to the chat. Thank you guys for being here and being big pieces of what we got going on. Thank you for always supporting and you know, participating with the polls and stuff. We thank you a lot. And this is a name I haven't seen before. Ice Mike 696 Tibbs only wants to play defensive lineups. Ironically, the Knicks play zero defense. Shake my head. Well, I know you may not like what Tibbs does. I don't want to say the Knicks play zero defense. They have moments, and when you look statistically, sometimes it's shown that the Knicks have played better defense at spurts this year than they have at points last year. So it's really funky. This Knicks team is crazy, Ice Mike. I'm just saying, I know they don't always put forth the effort that you want to see consistently, but sometimes they're really good, and then there's other times where they're bad. And I think a lot of times how the Knicks go on offense dictates what you're going to see on defense. So, you know, we'll see what happens, man. I appreciate you. Thank you for tuning in, and hope to see you more in future chats. So thank you guys once again. Any final words, Danny?
Yeah, I have a quick. You guys really think there's trade's going to happen? I just have this gut feeling that we're not going to make any moves, to be honest. I have
possible.
I have the feeling. I don't know. I don't think they're going to do nothing. It's going to happen in the offseason. I think anything.
Yeah. Oh, you could be right. We'll see. What you think, D?
I agree. It's possible.
Yeah. Staffa, anything on that? You think the Knicks are going to make a trade?
Maybe, but it's a small trade, nothing big. I'm waiting. I'm waiting until the off season.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll see. All right.
Let's see the kids tonight. Let's see the kids tonight. Let's see the youth movement tonight, please.
We'll see. I hope.
Don't hold your breath, then.
Yeah. Yeah. Right. D. Any final words, brother?
Ron, thank you for having me. You know, thank you for your professionalism and you know and your contained attitude. You know, stuff can get crazy here sometimes. You handle it very well. You know, I also love the fact that you are gaining success with the channel and things are evolving and growing for you. So I think that's a great thing for you. I just wanted to say that to you, and you know, thanks for having me.
Yeah, man, I appreciate you.
Thank you, Ron.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you. I appreciate it, man. I'm just happy that people like the content we're putting out, and I'm happy, really happy that I'm able to have shows on the weekend where you guys can come on and help me to continue to push me with more ideas and stuff to spur on the different topics. You know, you guys are really, really important, and I appreciate everything you guys bring to the table. So thank you once again. Staffer, any final words, brother?
As usual, man. Thanks for having me. Shout out to John. Shout out to Ron also too, and shout out to all the still Knicks fan subscribers and all the new subscribers. Y'all go ahead and smash that like button. Make sure y'all press that notification bell because these guys bring good content to you throughout the week. All right. As usual, man. NBA 1-on-1 tomorrow, 4 p.m. You know what I mean? We're going to talk about the NBA reserves, right? The East and the West. We're going to talk about who got snubbed. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to throw a hint out there. LaMelo. So y'all get y'all thoughts on that. And we're going to talk about the dunk contest and the rising stars, who got picked and who got snubbed. You know, and we're gonna go from there. So it's gonna be an interesting show tomorrow. We have a special guest tomorrow, so tune in. It's gonna be nice. 4 p.m. tomorrow on the Blorange Tears channel. Shout out to Uncle Freezy. Shout out to Soulfinger number 12. Peace and love, everyone.
Thank you.
Shout out to the international man of mystery, Jose.
Yes. Shout out to Jose.
Can you see?
Right. Listen, one of these days I'm gonna get Jose to actually show his face and get on and chop it up with us. He just loves being behind the scenes, bro. I'm gonna get him. We'll see what we can do. And let's see here. You guys hear anything?
Yeah, it sounds like a synth. It sounds like somebody's playing a demo off a synthesizer. Oh, there it is.
Hey, there it is. Oh man, let's go, party people. No, anyway, I'll just put that on because I put that on because I just wanted to see what this is. Some of the new StreamYard music that they allow you to play in the background. But anyway, the point of that was breaking news, rocking you on the ones and twos. Boom, we here, baby. Let's go. Give it up to the chat. Make it happen. Yeah.
Excellent.
All right.
Excellent.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. I appreciate all of y'all. I know if John was here, he'd be saying the same thing, man. Thank you guys for making it happen. Yeah, 500 subscribers. I can't believe it. We finally here. I'm done. I don't know. I'm lost for words.
Keep it going. Keep it going. Up and up.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Appreciate it, man. Appreciate it. You guys have a great day.
Same to you, Ron.
And yeah, thank you. And if you haven't already, definitely go to the Blorange Tears Network and subscribe to Blorange Tears. They've got great shows. A lot of the guys you've seen here today, you will find them always supporting and being a part of the Blorange Tears panels. So, definitely thank you to Uncle Freezy for helping and always, being one of the champions for our channel, helping us grow. And if you haven't already checked it out, on the Blorange Tears Network, you can click on that channel. So type in Blorange Tears on YouTube. Uncle Freezy has a thing called Vibes and Stuff. And we're going to talk about some interesting topics. We get a little bit more human on these topics, right? So it's real conversation. It's not about the Knicks. It's about life things. So, last week we talked about race and how it may, be perceived, how it affects us in different ways. This week is going to be more relationship oriented about game and how you can talk to the women
ladies
of the world, how you put your Mac down, if you will, like just different things. It's just fun topics and something to talk about other than the Knicks sometimes. So if you guys have some time at 5 o'clock, definitely go over to the Blorange Tears Network and click on that channel. It's called Vibes and Stuff. Let me see if I can, if you give me 1 second, let me just see if I can grab it and put the link in the chat. So that way it's easier to find. I definitely want to support Freezy and everything he's got going on because he does so much and supports everybody else without, like he said, he does it just out of the kindness of his heart. And I value people like that. We should all value people like that.
Of
I
course.
can't tell you how many times I've been down and out looking for a job and I'm like reaching out to people. People don't even, I don't know. Maybe they might, my job might be hiring. Call the number. I'm like, yeah, thanks.
Yeah, right.
You know what I mean? But yeah, Freezy does things out of the kindness of his heart, and definitely gotta salute him for that. Crap. I apologize, man. The only thing about vibes and stuff is that it's a little harder to reach if you just type in vibes and stuff. But like I said, go to Blorange Tears, and you might be able to find it easier from there.
Just go over
What's
there,
on the 5 o'clock?
subscribe. Yeah, go over there, subscribe, press the notification bell, and trust me, you'll get every show that comes on the channel.
Yes, that's exactly what I would say. Definitely just go over there, check it out. Definitely subscribe, and you'll see everything that basically Blorange Tears has to offer, and is a lot of content. So definitely continue to support him and his movement, and thank you for tuning in and supporting us here. We appreciate y'all. So that being said, guys, thanks again for tuning in. We are out of here. It's time to hit the outro. Thank you guys. And once again, man, thank you guys for allowing us and helping us get to that 500 mark, man. I can't tell you how exciting that is for us, man. I don't know. I'm going to go tell my wife. She's going to tell me, okay, that's nice. So thank you guys.
Throw a party. Don't worry about it.
Thank you guys. Take care.
Thank you, Ron.
We'll see you on the next one.